Good morning and welcome. The Kansas State Board of Education October meeting is called to order. Please note that there are 9 members present. I'd like to again introduce Dr. Skaggs from Baker University. And thank you for being here. And you have 2 students, and we'd like to ask each one of you to introduce yourself and tell us what you want to do with your lives.
I'm Steph Cardona. I'm from Colorado, and I'm majoring in PE and
I'm Blake Johnson, and I'm majoring in elementary education.
Thank you. Well, we appreciate you being here.
Their student teaching, always bring student teachers.
Very good. Thank you. The mission of the Kansas State Board of Education is to prepare Kansas students for lifelong success through rigorous quality academic instruction, career training, and character development according to each student's gifts and talents. Our vision is for Kansas to lead the world in the success of each student. At this time, would you pause with me for a moment of silence? Thank you. Now please join with me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Are there any changes to the agenda? Please note, for those of you in the audience, I need to remind you that we will not be meeting in Topeka tomorrow. We will be meeting at Tescott in Bennington. A motion would be in order to approve the agenda.
Mr. Chairman,
Steve?
actually, I have something for the agenda. Comment. Reminder of the agenda we've talked about in the past. So,
What specifically do you want to, is this what you want to add to the agenda?
yes, for consideration. And to avoid dying for lack of a second, what I'd really like to do is tie this in with a request from last time that we think long-term about making future agenda items a part of our process earlier in our meetings, instead of saving them to the very end of our meetings when we're tired. At least I am most of the time. If we would talk about future agenda items early in the process, I think we would have a better shot at moving the ball down the field, moving the needle, whatever the right metaphor would be. So while I wrote this morning for consideration today, what I'd really like to do is make a motion that we consider this for to be considered today in terms of a future agenda item. That we should welcome people to speak on any aspect of what this might mean, because there will be, if we were to adopt anything like this, there will be unintended consequences. And we should invite the public and our stakeholders to participate in a discussion about this. So I would like to add that in that spirit to the agenda today. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. I'm quite frankly not sure of the procedure.
So if I might, then I would like to make a motion.
What we will do is we will vote on the agenda with the recommended addition.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And then if that fails, we'll vote on the agenda as presented.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So I assume that you're making the motion that we add this to the agenda.
I will make that motion.
Is there a second to that motion? Ann seconds the motion. Okay. The motion is to add the recommendation of Mr. Roberts to today's agenda and if that happens, we will just discuss at the appropriate time what to do in the future. We won't make any decisions relating to this today.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. Oh, first of all, any further discussion? All in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3. All opposed to the motion, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and the chair abstains. Motion does not carry. A motion would be in order to approve the agenda as presented. Jim McNeese, seconded by Sally. All in favor, raise your hand. All opposed? 8-1, motion passes. Motion would be in order to approve the July 10th, that the September minutes, and then we need to amend the minutes of July because of some language issues that were not consistent with the current law. So we'll do those in two different motions. A motion would be in order to approve the September minutes. Kathy, second. Janet, all in favor, raise your hand. All opposed? Motion carries. Did you vote, Ken?
I did.
Yes? Okay, 8-1. Motion would be in order to amend the July minutes to make it consistent with the new language in the law. Motion to approve. It was made by Jim McNeese originally, so Jim makes that motion. Kathy seconds that motion.
I'd like clarification on the motion, please.
We use the term base aid per pupil. That is no longer the appropriate term with the new law. So this is,
Mr. Chairman, besides my expected confusion, my computer's down. I can't see anything, so I couldn't read it. So thank you.
okay, we have a motion and a second, Peggy. Second was from Kathy. All in favor, please raise your hand. All opposed, passes 9-0. At this time, we are pleased to hear from the Kansas High School Activities Association. Mr. Pavlik, welcome. This is your first journey as the lead, and we appreciate you being here and are interested and excited about hearing what you have to say about what's happening across the state for the benefit of our kids.
Well, thank you, Chairman Porter, members of the board, Commissioner Watson. Thank you for the opportunity to represent the Kansas State High School Activities Association before you. As we left the office this morning, we have just gone through AED training and CPR training, and part of my staff joked that maybe they should just hook me up right now and make sure that they're ready just in case. So we'll plug along, and
We're a pretty easy audience.
yeah, well, we hope so. We hope so. It is certainly my pleasure to come before you, and as I start, I'd like to have you, if you want to take notes, you can, to consider five numbers with me. First number is 147,127. The next is 762. Third number is 76. Fourth number is 32. And the final number is 1. And now I know Mr. McNeese has found the mean, median, mode, standard deviation and is ready to move forward with our little math exercise today. But those are numbers that are very, very important to us and very important for me to share with you. We have this year 147,127 students in the member high schools of the Kansas State High School Activities Association who will benefit from participation in our interscholastic activity program, where they're connected to school, where they benefit from working with coaches and part of a team where they learn about leadership and they learn about accountability, and they perform higher in the classroom. They graduate at a higher rate. They do the things that we expect them to do, and we're very pleased to serve our member schools in that regard. The 762 represents the members of the Activities Association. 354 high schools this year, 408 middle schools are part of our association that have joined from across the state in a voluntary manner to participate in our activity program. 76, the number of board of director members that we have from across the state that represent the State Board of Education. Thank you to Ms. Bush and to Ms. Horst for serving on our board of directors this year, and Ms. Bush for being on our executive board, which is another 12 as a subset of that executive board. 32 activities that we will conduct across this state, 22 athletic activities and 10 academic-based activities that allow kids to be connected to school. And one, we never forget, we're about one. We're about one Hope, one Jake, one Nate, one Abby that we serve. Because while we have 100,000 plus students and you work with thousands of students as well, it's always about making a difference in that one and seeing them be prepared for that next opportunity in life, so that when they graduate from one of our Kansas schools, their lives have been enriched. They have learned those life lessons of teamwork, of collaboration, of overcoming adversity, of working towards a common goal. And our activity program is rich in teaching those things. Sometimes we teach through that pursuit of championships, and sometimes we just teach by overcoming adversity. And those are all lessons that you're very familiar with, but it's certainly an opportunity that we take very seriously every day. I am blessed to work. I was in the Wichita district for many years and worked with an incredible staff of leaders and of teachers that worked with kids. And I joined a great team at the High School Activities Association. And we didn't bring the whole team here because they're very busy trying to conduct our work that takes place every day. I think we finally finished regional tennis sometime late last night, so we can be prepared for state tennis in the rain this weekend. Golf is underway as we speak, and our kids are having those opportunities, maybe learning patience as they wait for their opportunity, and maybe about pushing themselves to be the very best they can be. But I have brought 3 staff members with me today to share a little bit, because as much as I'd like to take all 20 minutes of my time and show you the pictures that stop scrolling on the most awkward photo of all, but I wanted you to remember, we're about kids. We're about kids, and the pictures that you've seen throughout the morning are about the different activities that we have that teach kids and connect kids to school. But we always start with every one of my meetings talking about minimizing risk and taking care of kids. And we have some significant updates in regards to the work that we're doing to make sure that our student athletes perform and participate in the safest manner possible. We never can provide that blanket statement, but we can always minimize risk and follow best practices. So I've asked our sports medicine guru, our office manager and athletic trainer, Brent Unruh, to provide a very quick update on a few of our sports medicine related topics. He'll be followed by a couple other staff. So Brent, you're up.
Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to be here today as well. From a sports medicine perspective, as Bill said, our focus is always going to be on supporting our schools to provide that safest possible environment we can for our students to participate in, to do what we can to create, as much risk minimization as we can for our schools, and just to create that safe environment. One of the great advantages we have as an association, we have an awesome group of medical and educational professionals from across the state that we get to work with, our Sports Medicine Advisory Committee. 12 members from across the state that are totally committed to kids and to kids' safety. And they were in yesterday for our fall meeting, and we had some really, really good deep discussions on a lot of things that we're working on and things that we want to be working on down the road. But it's really a privilege to be able to work with that group, and they do so much to help our association. But some initiatives that we've been addressing over the past year, one is concussion reporting and concussion data. One of the things we've realized through the years is there's a lot of national data out there on concussions, and we hear a lot about concussions and safety and all that. We don't have a lot of good Kansas data, so we started asking our schools to report any concussion that happens within their activity programs to us online. So we're in the process right now of collecting some really good quality concussion data that we can use down the road when we need to start looking at concussion safety policies and things like that. We're going to know what's happening in Kansas, not just across the country. So we're excited about that. Another new initiative that kind of has taken place over the last few months, we had a new heat acclimatization policy that went into effect this past August, and Mark Lentz is going to talk a little bit more about that, especially as it applied to the sport of football, which was probably the most affected by that. Some ongoing initiatives. For the past couple of years, really, we've really been pushing the importance and the education to our schools in proper emergency management. It's that question is, what are you going to do as a school when that student or that coach or that official goes down with a life-threatening situation? Are you ready? Are you ready to handle that situation? And that goes into, are you ready with an emergency action plan, an actual written plan, so you know who's going to do what in that situation? So we provided a lot of resources to our schools over the last couple of years to be able to build those plans. We provide a lot of resources to our schools in terms of education about the importance of AEDs on site everywhere, because that's what can save somebody that goes into sudden cardiac arrest. We provided a lot of education to our schools about the importance of cold water immersion tubs, because that's how you can save somebody from heat stroke. There aren't a lot of other good methods. If you have an athlete that goes into heat stroke, the best way to save them is putting them in a cold water immersion tub before you do anything else. And so that's important, and we've tried to push that to our schools. So we're continuing to educate them. The coaching education with those things is really the key. And so we're doing all we can, and we're continually looking at better ways that we can get that information out to our schools and provide them that education. Some new things we're starting to work on. We had a great discussion yesterday with our committee about mental health in student athletes. It's something that people in schools are seeing more and more of with problems with those student athletes. Sometimes that student, that competitor, that athlete, there's triggers there that can trigger some mental health issues that maybe aren't always triggered in some other students. So what can we do as a state association to provide resources to our schools to understand how to better handle those situations so they know maybe, okay, I need to refer this kid on. So we're starting to work on that, and I expect that we'll do a lot with that over the next year or two. Also, return to learn. After a concussion. We talk a lot about, return to play after a concussion, but there's the return to learn aspect too. And I think our schools are still looking for some support there that we hope to be able to help them out with as well. And so that's another big item that we'll be addressing as we go forward. So that's just a few things that are kind of on the radar and that we're currently working on. And like I said, I just appreciate the opportunity, and thank you.
Thank you.
We're always teachers. We're always learners. And it's so important for us to never forget that we're going to be learning and we're going to be teaching along the way, and we need to continue to educate our staff. We're that bridge between the medical community, the sports medicine, and our member schools. And our schools count on us to provide that best practice education and that best that best protocol to follow. We also like to honor folks, and we all like to honor our staff and our students, and we do that through our Gallery of Champions, which is a brand new initiative that is up on our website. And I hope you'll have an opportunity to look at some of the incredible teams and athletes that have represented Kansas schools. And one of those has just recently earned national recognition. And there was a national press release that was sent out this morning. And I'm going to ask Mr. Monteifel, our Fine Arts Administrator and Spirit Administrator, to share briefly about that, as well as the work he's doing in his everyday job.
Good morning, and thank you, as well as Brent said. Enjoy the opportunity coming and visiting with you all. This past May, Dr. James Weaver from the NFHS, and he's the Director of Performing Arts there, he called us and said that Kansas had been chosen to select the 2018-19 National Performing Arts School of Excellence. So Bill and I put our heads together, and we thought bringing a committee, two folks from Kansas Music Educators Association, two folks from the Kansas Speech Communication Association, and two folks from the Kansas Thespians. And we met in July with the committee. It was great to get those three associations in the same room. I don't know that they'd ever been in the same room together. So the conversation was wonderful. Basically, this is a debate speech, music, which is orchestra, band and choir, and theater award. And you have to be well represented and have done very exceptional things in all of those categories to be considered. We came up with a winner. We also came up with three finalists, and 11 commended high schools from across our state, which we gave 15 awards, not just the one winning award. We celebrated those awards by sending out a certificate from Keisha last month, and on Friday, September 28th, Dr. Weaver from the NFHS and the two National Performing Arts Committee chairs came to Topeka and spent all of Friday at the school celebrating with our kids and our staff members at Washburn Rural. And it was just an amazing day. The actual award was presented that night at the halftime of the football game. And a little bit about the award: only one high school out of 20,000 in the state of, in our nation is selected annually for this award. So we feel very fortunate to have Kansas selected, and then to have Washburn Rural High School selected as the winner. And as Bill said, the national press release from the NFHS went out this morning. A couple other things. I also do debate and speech. So we do regional and state 4-speaker championships in the state, and state 2-speaker debate championships for all 6 classes, and those are in the fall. In the spring, we are into speech, and we do regional and speech festivals, and of course have our 6 state speech championships in the spring. In music, we sponsor 5 regional and 1 state piano solo festivals every year, 17 regional music festivals for solos and small ensembles. We do 15 state large group festivals. And then we do our 6 state solos for small ensemble festivals, 1A through 6A. You have to receive a 1 rating at regionals in order to move on to the state music. In spirit, which I also administer cheer and dance, is we sponsor 7 summer camps and 9 spirit spreader 1-day clinics in the fall. We also will be sponsoring, we're very excited about our 2nd annual Keisha Game Day Spirit Showcase Competition, which will be held on Saturday, November the 17th. We partner with Varsity Spirit to run this event, and we will have 94 high school cheer squads in Topeka at the Topeka Expo Center on that date. We would like to invite all of you to attend that free of charge. If you are interested, you can either contact Bill or myself, and we will make sure that you and a guest are on the pass list for that day. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And if you choose to join us for game day, make sure you check out a set of earplugs, because it is a loud day and a great day. And we literally start at 8 in the morning and go until 10 at night, and give those kids an opportunity to show us what school spirit is all about. So what a great day it is for Kansas kids when they have that opportunity to represent. We talk about the team that I get to work with, and we talk about some of the guidelines that are in place. And Brent mentioned that heat acclimatization probably impact football more than any of our other activities. And I did bring our football administrator here to visit briefly about that, but also to talk about something that's brand new for Kansas schools this year. We are in our very first year, a new classification system that changes the way in which schools compete at the end of each season for those coveted championships. And we still have our 6 classes, but how we have defined those classes is different this year than it has been in the past, and we're very excited to be underway with that postseason tournament format. And Mark Lentz, our football, wrestling, and track and field administrator and classification expert, is here to visit briefly with you this morning.
I'm not real sure about the expert part, but we'll go with that. First of all, Brent and Bill both mentioned a couple of times about the word safety, and they also use the words risk minimization. I think you have to be always very careful, because, I rarely will use the word safe. I always want to talk about minimize risk, because you can never promise someone that they're going to be safe. We have guidelines, we have rules, we have everything put in place for all of our sports and activities to minimize the risk for student athletes. Just as we have crosswalks, we have stop signs, we have stoplights, we have speed limits and things such as that, but we can never guarantee that we're going to have not have an accident or something such as that. So we always are looking to minimize risk. And one of those reasons, or one of those items that we did, was with the acclimatization plan. We've always had plans of progression in the fall to prepare kids because of the heat, humidity in the state of Kansas. And it's always different. You can be in the far western part of the state, and most August, that is going to be completely dry and hot. Well, it was the complete opposite this year, because we can't judge. In the far western part of the state, it was wet, and it was cool in August. In Topeka, it was completely dry and hot. So it's all over the place. So we have to do what we can best fit our entire state for all of our students. I think that's the most important part. We're not looking at one student, we're looking at all students. And I told these guys, I was going to joke that really it's not about the kids, but it really, everything we do is about the kids and what we do. And we use these terms, best practice. So the plan that was put into place by our sports medicine committee and our board of directors, what we consider to be best practice. We never want to have to stand up in front of anybody and say, we did not follow best practice. And I think that's really what we looked at. And in that opportunity, it was different. It asked coaches, so for example, in football, the first week, it made people change. They could no longer have two-a-days in the first week of practice. When I played, back in the late 70s, early 80s in high school, we had three-a-days in that first week. It's different. Times are a little bit different, and that's okay. We progressed. We felt like everything went in a real positive way, and that was for all fall sports and activities. And we say activities, band fell in this, cheerleaders fell in this, everybody that was involved in a fall activity fell in this particular rule. Volleyball, people say, well, it's indoors, it's air conditioning. Not all schools have air-conditioned gyms, so it met all students, not just one. So that was kind of our acclimatization plan. Second part, which is brand new, like Bill said, is our classification plan. And it is different. We have a lot of people saying, I can't believe we don't like it. We don't like it. How do we know we don't like it? We haven't even done it yet. We haven't had a championship yet. We don't know. It is different. People sometimes don't like change, but sometimes people love change. Change is a positive thing. But on September 20th, our students for our senior high schools set in their enrollment to us, and that's grades 9 through 12. We have a variety in Kansas, as many of you know. Our largest high school turned in enrollment of 2,495. That was Wichita East. Our smallest school turned in enrollment of 14, and that was Healy High School. So we have a variety in our state. So we had to decide, what's the number of classifications? We classified differently, really 3 different ways. We have a football classification. Football is different. It's completely different this year. We had to come up with a big plan, a scheme. How can we best fit our state? And in our Class 6A, we have 32 schools. In our 5A, we have 32 schools. In our 4A, 32. In our 3A, it's 48. In our 2A, it's 48. In our 1A, that's the remainder of our 11-player schools, we have 31. By the way, an odd number is not a good number, but we're going to make it work. And then we have 8-player football, and that's why it has to be it's classified differently. We have 2 classifications of 8-player football in the fact that our Division I has 48 schools, our Division II has 52 schools. So it is a little bit different. But ratio-wise, it's all fairly equal, and that's really what we were looking for.
There are 100 schools that play 8-man football?
There are 102 that play 8-player. We actually have 11 that play 6-player right now. Also, we do not have a postseason for 6-player, but it's growing in the western part.
So that's 102 plus the 6-man.
Yeah, we don't count those 6. Yeah, the 6-player is a whole nother set.
Okay,
Absolutely.
thank you. So
Well,
go ahead.
And then, we'll see. We're about 2 more weeks in. We got week 7 and 8. Then we go on to a bracket and start on week number 9, a bracket, and it will progress from there. And we'll see how it goes. We also have our annual classification numbers. That's for things such as, all the rest of our sports, track and field, volleyball, basketball, the big sports that we talk about. We have 6 championships there. Okay, obviously 6A through 1A, a little bit different numbering system where we go 36 in 6A, 36 in 5A, 36 in 4A, 64, 64, and the remainder, which is 117, which changed your classifications. Ratio-wise, that's why those numbers are there, to try equalize ratio the best you can. And we also have a whole different one, and that's for our quasi-team sports. So a lot of people, quasi-team sports, what are we talking about? We're talking about tennis, golf, wrestling, the individual, as well as a team award given. So those are even classified completely different in the fact that we may not even have 6 classifications or 6 championships. I'll use wrestling, for example. We have 4 championships in wrestling. All right, so it's different. We already know who our 6A and 5A schools are because all those schools wrestle 36-36. 4A has no idea yet. We're going to go with the remainder of wrestling schools just like we did in golf and tennis, and it will be a little different. We don't know what that is. We'll have 40% of the remainder schools wrestle will be Class 4A. The remaining 60% will be in Class 321A. Until we know what it looks like, we've done it, we'll go from there. But it's different. It's something that we feel like is a positive move for all students. Any questions anybody may have on classifications? I could go on. I got a lot of numbers running through my head because I get to do classifications, so. All right, thank you.
Well, we've talked about some of the new things with classification, with heated climatization. Another new rule this year is our summer moratorium, which gives a week back to our students and our coaches and to our school communities, where there will be 1 week off of no contact around the 4th of July. And that will be new beginning this summer, which is a separation so families can have vacations, so kids can take a break. And the fear that School A is doing something while School B doesn't is eliminated because everybody is on break during that designated 1 week moratorium over the course of the summer. Very similar to what we do over Christmas break or the winter holiday season as well as our buffer week. So a good change for our member schools. While we've had changes, we also are always going to keep the same focus. We're always going to focus on kids. We're always going to be in alignment with our national federation, where we work to utilize technology to enhance the work that we're doing. That's a focus for us this year. Obviously, we've talked about risk minimization. We talk about learning and always being engaged. The National Federation has 70+ courses that we use on a regular basis, teaching students and coaches some of the basics about their sports specifics, but also about sportsmanship, about team building, about being a captain, about character development. The latest release is from the National Federation is protecting students from abuse. Certainly a hot topic and an important issue for us in Kansas, as it has reared its ugly head across the nation. And we want to make sure that we do our best to ensure our students have that safe opportunity to participate. We're about developing student leaders. Our student leadership program, we had our student advisory team in our office this past week, where they do the good work of sharing their story and learning from each other and teaching our staff the things that are important to them in their school. They help us with some of the decisions that we have to make. Our student council is strong and active in each of our schools. We have a fabulous summer workshop, as well as 1 week or 2 weeks of touring the state and doing workshops at locales close to the member schools. Our KAY, our Kansas Association for Youth, had the highest number of participation ever this past summer over at Rock Springs for a week, and Cheryl Gleason does a fabulous job leading that KAY. They also do a 2-week tour where they do full-day workshops in geographic locations around our state. We are in touch with our member schools. We do a series of administrative seminars in August to get schools ready for the year. We also are about to embark upon 2 weeks of traveling the state and listening to schools provide input for us in regards to 7 topics our executive board has identified so that we can learn and we can prepare for the work that is ahead of us. I had about 2.5 hours worth of information to share with you, and I know I was given my 25 minutes and I'm beyond that, and I apologize, but we do stand for any questions that you might have at this point.
Thank you. Ken?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. One of you mentioned that mental health is one of the things that you're looking at addressing now in the health education, I guess, or whatever that you're covering. I'm just curious about how you're going about that and what kind of training there is for it. Mental health issues among young people is very hard to identify, but it's very important that we do it. And a lot of damage occurs sometimes if it's not identified. I just wondered how you intend, if you have been working with that, or how you intend to attack that.
Like you, it's a fairly new topic that we are embracing with the lead of our Sports Medicine Advisory Committee. We're anticipating the release of a new sports physical that is used every year, where there might be some identifying questions that would help lead our medical providers as they work with kids and be triggers for school staff as they work with students to probe further and to provide support as appropriate. So that will be step one. We're also looking at what other states are doing and what education programs are in place, whether it be the Jason Flatt Act. That the work that we're doing now in our schools is so important. And how do we come along and support that? How do we utilize our activity program to be an additional teaching tool and a teaching opportunity? Kids, when they work with coaches and sponsors, develop that relationship, and we want to make sure our coaches and sponsors have the training that is the basic training that all school staff are required, but above and beyond. What are the next steps? How do they connect to the resources that are available in the respective communities across our state? So we're in the beginning stages of learning about how to do that, and we're looking forward to working more in that regard.
Thank you.
Jim?
Thank you, Bill, and thank you to your staff for an excellent report. And getting to the safety issue and risk management, are the athletic and activities safety plans that you're developing include those issues that we don't want to talk about, but are there when there's an incident, a gun incident or a shooting or some safety intervention at a game or activity? You know, is that being included in the safety plans that we're gathering? Randy? I mean, we talk about school day safety, but I'm talking about activity safety. Is that part of the school?
The school safety plans would be comprehensive. I have not seen those, the new versions of those, but they would be supposedly comprehensive, which I assume would assume at a basketball game or at a theater event.
Yeah, I would hope that, you know, we're bringing hundreds, if not thousands of people together in venues, that we would have some component. I don't remember it being discussed in any legislative meetings or anything. I would encourage the Activity Association to make sure that schools are building safety and preventative as well as response efforts in that area. You know, I know it's happened around the country over time, and we live in constant fear that it will happen. Probably not going to happen, but we need to be ready for that probably.
Absolutely, and we are preparing emergency plans to deal with what happens on our venue as well as what comes into our venue. Sure. So absolutely true. It's so important. We do so many events that are not in our member schools facilities, so we have to be familiar with the university setting. We are at Kansas State University. We're off campus for golf. We're off campus for bowling. We're off campus for tennis many times. So being familiar with your home turf is one thing, and being able to execute and develop a plan and then execute that plan when necessary is much easier when you're at home. But when we're on the road, we're very intentional with that for our postseason to develop those plans and make sure they are comprehensive in nature.
Yeah, I know we can't make plans for others many times, but we can certainly have planning, you know, for those eventualities or that that terrible thing happening. But we need to be ready for it. Absolutely. You know, so I'd encourage that as we look at our plans that schools have submitted, that we are looking at the AIR Act first at home, then away, and then in off-site capacities, but even in practice. You know, I hate to say that, but that's the work that we have to be about.
Absolutely. You know, we think about a cross-country practice, and they leave school and they're on a tour of a community many times. So yes. Making sure there's an accountability and an access point to that safety outlet is so critical for us.
Yeah, there's a lot of vulnerabilities. There should be a lot of discussion about how we can respond to those issues that arise.
Yes, sir.
Sally.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I apologize for my phone ringing during your presentation. And I do like your new format in coming before us, so thank you very much. I heard that you were gathering concussion data. Is this in all sports, not just football? Because I know soccer has the same problem.
Yes, ma'am. We're collecting data for any Kansas State High School Activities Association activity. We have had concussions reported to us from the band, from soccer, from football, cheerleading. those things happen, and we want to be able to collect that data that is used. We are not collecting it from those incidents that occur on the weekend away from our school practices.
But during
But all of our activities, yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Ann?
Thank you. As we go around talking to schools, trying to get them interested in our school redesign, KSDE activities comes up quite often, like, well, you know, there are, what do you call it, qualifications that have to be met in order to participate in activities, and how is all that going to be accounted for when they throw out the bell schedule and you're not, you know, in class 4 hours today? So are you guys addressing the impact of school redesign on eligibility requirements?
We are certainly in touch with and are interested in what schools are doing so we can be responsive. We don't want that to be a barrier to the work that needs to happen in the classroom first. We go along with that work in the classroom, and we do have some flexibility in regards to that. And as schools do their work and they go to outcomes based and they work through some of the new format of education and focused on in concentrated periods of times or just demonstration of proficiency, I'm confident our board will be responsive to, our executive board and our board of directors will be responsive to that.
Okay, I just want to make sure we're ahead of it and not behind it. Thank you.
I have the fortunate opportunity to be part of that redesign process, and I really appreciate that.
Steve?
Thank you. We have a lot of clubs now for swim teams and baseball and various things. Could you just characterize the long-term strategy to either work alongside them or incorporate them into what we're doing? Because to piggyback on what Jim and Ann were talking about, we have this tendency to say, okay, we have our stuff and the public has their stuff, but I think the future says it's all going to be more of a commingling as we redesign and we invite the communities to participate in what we're doing, and hopefully the communities are not going to be pushed away from what we're doing, but embraced. So can you speak to the general, I don't know, climate of how we are either welcoming or dealing with the club mentality that a lot of families have? They'd almost rather have their child playing club baseball than in the schools.
I'm happy to address that, and certainly, you know, one of the topics on my list to talk to you about is sports specialization and how, as an association, as an educator, we want to see students that are Renaissance type students that are involved and engaged in a variety of activities in the school setting. And one of the beauties of being in a high school are the different opportunities that you have to try being on the stage, to try being a student council and in leadership or in Scholars Bowl, as well as being on the football team or the debate team and participating in those. And that change of seasons we have found and have found medical research and support that a focus on changing seasons for students is good. It's beneficial to them not to be primarily focused on one activity. While we understand that may be the desire of some families, our rules don't prohibit that participation outside of our seasons of sport. So we do welcome that, but we want to maintain that our activity program is education based. And one of our fears for a lot of club activities is that their focus may not be on the educational development of a student athlete and the development of the whole student athlete, but on their development as a volleyball player or as a basketball player. We've actually seen a decline in the number of girls participating in high school basketball because they're focused only on volleyball. And clubs that say you need to be a volleyball player year round. As an educator, we would struggle because we would like to see kids plugged into different activities and learn from different coaches and have different teammates, because you'll learn about yourself and you'll be more well-rounded as a result of that. So we're not trying to keep our community aside. We want to work with them and make sure that those programs teach the same values that we teach, that there's a teamwork component to this. There's a collaboration. There's a community that you represent, a school that you represent. And I still remember the pride I have of putting on the Wichita Southeast school uniform, or the Coleman Junior High School Cougars orange and white. That is really important to us. It's not about a club or an activity making and generating funds for their coach, but it's about that educational component. So we want to work with the clubs, but we want them to work with us as well.
If I may follow up, so is it more problematic with, I think was referred to the quasi-team sports, golf, tennis, wrestling? Does that make it more problematic for what we're trying to do?
Well, you may see some of the specialization in those quasi-team, but you also see it in volleyball. You see it in basketball, where kids may play over the course of a year several hundred basketball games. Only 20 of them are for their school. And so those are very important. The NCAA is looking at some reform in the college basketball recruiting. In fact, the National Federation Board has that on their topic as an agenda next Monday and Tuesday to talk about what are the NCAA expectations relative to the high school recruiting process, and how it has moved away from the school coach who knows that student and knows that family and knows the strengths and weaknesses, to a club coach who only deals with the basketball side of things, and where does it belong. So I'm really interested to see how Kansas can play a part in that, to make sure that our coaches are part of that recruiting process. So NCAA is looking at just like we're looking at that.
We certainly appreciate the information, very valuable information. We want to be partners as we move forward to make sure that we're benefiting the students of Kansas. We appreciate what you do. Talk about 141,000 kids. I didn't take notes, but I actually paid attention. I wonder what percentage of that is of high school students. Because I think that we've also seen multiple research that students that participate in something are much more likely to not only graduate, but be successful. So
Absolutely. Those are the number of students actually enrolled in our member high schools. The 147,000 students are those students involved. We will have.
So I guess I didn't pay good attention.
Yeah. Well, we will have at the high school level only in the neighborhood of about 90,000 kids participate. Okay. So roughly 2/3, somewhere. But it's going to vary from school to school. You go to some schools and every kid is participating in one of those school activities versus some other schools where there may be some obstacles to making a team or to finding the right niche in that school community.
Thank you very much. Appreciate you being here, all of you.
Thank you.
I now declare the Citizens Open Forum of the Kansas State Board of Education meeting open at 10:47. The State Board provides this opportunity for citizens to share views about topics of interest, issues currently being considered by the State Board. The State Board asks that speakers identify themselves by name and the name of the group they represent, if applicable. The State Board also asks that each speaker focus their remarks on issues or topics. Personal attacks will not be tolerated. Each speaker is limited to 3 minutes. Any board questions will be for clarification. I do not have any information about seeing none. The State Board Citizen Open Forum is closed at 10:48. It says here I'm supposed to thank the speakers, but since we don't have any, I'll forego that. And now we're going to receive updates from the Kansas State School for the Deaf and the Kansas State School for the Blind. Who starts?
How do we get out of this?
So Peggy is going to represent you today.
That'd be great.
You going first?
Okay, sorry.
Okay, you can take a breath.
Good morning. I want to thank the board for having us come back and present progress on the goals that you have approved for us. And I intend to report the progress we have made while pointing out some of the challenges that still remain. and asking for your help. If you have questions throughout the presentation, feel free to ask me and I'll try to address those. Reminder of the goals that have been established for our schools are here on the screen. Each one is unique, but I think goals 2, 3, and 4 are really closely related, and those are the goals I believe where we've made the most progress. Those are around outreach, visibility and communications, expanding professional development. Those were the heart of the recommendations that came from the KSDE study of our schools and where we really put forth the most effort. I want to point out our simplified organizational chart. We've greatly simplified our structure. The left side of the chart are the instructional or student services that consist of either our campus programs or our field services programs. There's the Deafblind Project and Instructional Resource Center listed in pink down below. Those are funded federally, not through state general funds, but they're really an important part of our student services. I did not list accessible arts. Apologies to Diana Bryant. They're also a part of our programs and important to remember. The right side of the chart are those support services that are shared with the Kansas State School for the Deaf. So I think you'll see that it's a simplified structure, leaner, more efficient than where we were before. In terms of what we offer, again, it's important to remember that our schools offer services to students across what we call the continuum of services. Least restrictive environment refers to the extent that special education services are provided to students in a setting with the student's non-disabled peers and as close to the student's home as possible. The continuum of services identifies different service delivery models to provide specially designed instruction to a student with a disability. Our expanded field services group supports students in less restrictive environments, including general education classrooms. When those supports do not work, however, our campus school can be an invaluable option for parents, schools, and students. So the chart really just points out that our field services aren't just supporting kids on our campus, but they're supporting kids in public schools at all different levels along the continuum. To finish up on that, we project that the field services will have direct contact with about 318 students this year. There are about 1,500 students, we believe, who have visual impairment in Kansas, birth through 21. And those field services direct contact include things like cane travel, low vision clinics, on-site observations, vision assessments, assistive technology assessments, et cetera. And for the first time, our field services staff are providing critical leadership activities for other teachers and professionals that work with this population. These are things like professional development, mentoring, coaching, workshops. That's really never been done by our staff before. They've been always focused pretty much on the individual students. Now they're providing leadership activities for other schools, professionals who work with this population. We have about 38 students presently on our campus, and 2 new placements requests are pending. These are very small, obviously, in comparison to other schools, but for us, it really represents a substantial growth. Just last year, we had 25 students, so for us to have 38, it's about a 52% growth, which for us is pretty substantial. And I think it points to the fact that our field service approach, the theory we had, which is the better we do out in the field, the better our campus will do, is coming to fruition. Just some more numbers. This shows the number of students served by each of our programs. It's not just our field services. While these numbers really don't show effectiveness data, they do give a sense of the growth that we are seeing and we expect to see in the future. Because of our emphasis on outreach, we have 8 different programs that are listed here, and we have seen growth almost in all of them. I think the exception is with our low vision clinics. We reorganized that last year a little bit, and we expect to see growth in future years. Of course, what we really want is growth in academic and the expanded core skills. These don't show that. Those are measured in other ways, state assessments, of course. Primarily, those are measured through individual education program goals. If we look at our instructional staff, this is what we have, and we've rebalanced that. We have really 12 field services staff at present, 9 campus teachers. That's a considerable rebalancing. Before, we were always heavy on campus and rather small in field services. We're managing the growth on our campus. We could use some more instructional assistance and supports to support students and teachers. All of our staff are certified in both the content area and as teachers of the visually impaired or deaf blindness. And that's an important point. It's really hard to meet the needs of a very complex group of students. We do expect all our teachers to be certified as content teachers and as teachers of the visually impaired. 7 of our 12 field service staff are dually certified. That means they're certified as orientation mobility providers and teachers of the visually impaired as well. And we're working in academics in the expanded core, both direct services and technical assistance. If we look at our enrollment, where our growth has really come is in our transition program, which is what we expected. We put a heavy emphasis on that. That's 18 to 21 students who come to us looking to build their independent living skills and to work on some expanded core skills that they've identified, with the idea that they take those back home or wherever they want to land and live independently, work on a job, go back to school, the things that they want to do. Some of the trends that we're seeing are listed here, and these support the goals that we've set for ourselves. Our field services are extremely busy fielding calls and requests. This is because they've built relationships across the state and I think are viewed as trusted sources of information. Teachers know that our staff are here to help them, to problem solve their most difficult situations really without criticism or judgment. We've created an environment where professionals are sharing with each other what they know and we're reaching students and teachers in parts of the states that we had not done previously. Our campus and field services are working together now in ways I had not seen previously, and we've invited our community into our campus to be a part of our school, and they are responding for us. The KC Blind All-Stars, our nonprofit, has really been a big part of that for us. I don't want to say a whole lot about our budget other than to note that we have shared our budget with you, and we have included performance-based budgeting measures as part of that per the request of the legislature. Our campus is involved in a lot of things. It's hard to encapsulate in a short amount of time. We're gearing up for state assessments. We've conducted climate surveys. We're now offering 2 sections of online algebra. We now have a certified Brailleist once again. We have selected our outside validation team for KISA, for accreditation. Our teachers are receiving instructional coaching. We've upgraded our technology across the board, and we've now assembled 13 technology kits that we can send out to our field services for assessments, evaluations, trainings, et cetera. So those are some of the things going on our campus. With field services, I said very busy. We have 4 new TVIs in training and interviews set up for 2 more. The first student to attend University of Arkansas Little Rock. This is an agency that trains orientation mobility specialists. We're now using them. It's a little bit cheaper for us. We save a little bit more money. That first student will be serving Southwest Kansas, so we're proud of that and very happy to identify somebody. We're doing more of our training so we don't have to farm that out, again, saving money. And our field services have been very busy helping 2 large districts with assessments and direct services. Those are primarily because of shortages in the field. And you can see the list of where we're doing direct services at the bottom. Again, this just points out where our folks are located. We're reaching more regions than ever before, and I think we're fulfilling our mandate to be a statewide resource. This kind of gets to the heart of our goals, the visibility, professional development goals that we set for ourselves. You can read the list of ways we're doing this. I'm excited about the Vision Symposium, where we are sponsoring that November 2nd in Salina. Colleen Riley has agreed to kind of kick that off for us. It's bringing professionals from across the state together to learn, to share. First time ever, we're excited about that. And then there's a host of other things that we've been involved with. We have communities of practice, which are professional development. We're now represented on the board of COSB, which is the Council of Schools for the Blind, a national advocacy group. We've presented to SEAC and the Superintendent's Council, and we're represented at the KC meetings as well. Some of you attended our track meet and All-Stars Walk. It was a lot of fun. We had an open house and goal ball exhibition just this week, which was fun, and again, inviting the community into our school. Very proud of Kirk, which is the Instructional Resource Center. Tony Harrell is the director. You can see they've been very busy. And this is the group that really provides materials for kids across the state. They're very busy, of course, in the summer, gearing up to send materials out in the fall. They also have a nonstop FedEx door where people are sending things back, but she does a great job supporting teachers across the state, but she also supports our school, is helping us with our library. It's just been a tremendous boost for our school. The Deafblind Project is federally funded. It comes from the Office of Special Ed Programs. Marita Saltuna is the director, and they just received a new 5-year grant, which we're excited about. The items listed on the left are the goals of the project, and these are for students who have both a hearing and a vision loss, the most complex students that we serve. The numbers on the map represent where students are identified, and as you would expect, most are in the Northeast. There's some work to do in identifying and referring students from the southwest part of the state. We know that, and we have a plan to address that, but it just points out the difficulties in identifying and referring in rural parts of the state. We asked families what they want, what are the things that they would want the school and the project to give them. And you can see those things listed here. They want a network of support for themselves. They want social skills and friendships for their own students. They want to look toward the future and say, what's this going to look like for my child? Those are the areas that we have to remind ourselves that we have to get good at helping them with. I also want you to know about the Vision Coalition Task Force, which is gathered and is looking to change the vision screening guidelines, as well as the regulations related to vision screening here in Kansas. The big picture is that vision problems impact about 1 in 5 school-age children, but only half of the students aged 3 to 5 are screened. So we want Kansas to be at the forefront of frequent vision screenings. Board member Dina Horst has joined us in Wichita on September 19th, and we appreciate her leadership in that effort. Again, the prevalence and cost, the words got a little funky on the screen, but the prevalence and cost, the big picture is that the cost of vision disorders amount to about $10 billion a year in this country. So the earlier we can detect and address vision problems, the better. We provide training on vision screening to school nurses 3 times each semester. The last slide, I just want to talk about ongoing challenges. The commissioner asked me not to present all the rosy picture, but what are the things we're struggling with and how might you help us? The transition employment problem for us is intransigent. It's been this way for a long time, probably 50 years. Underemployment, no question, for our population, and that's deeply troubling for us. We're looking at getting into programming and coding as options for kids to expand that for students who have an interest in that as a small way to address it. We also see shortages in the field, teachers of the visually impaired, comms, and an increasing number of students. So you've got both those things working, I guess, against each other. And the last thing is just increasing parent knowledge and advocacy. We want our parents to be knowledgeable and to advocate for their children. We have work to do. I would invite further dialogue, either one-to-one or as a group with this board to help us solve some of those things and make a dent in those challenges. That's the presentation for today. I want to thank you and ask if there are any questions. These are just pictures of our All-Stars track meet and walk where we invite the community. September 21st is when it occurred. Any questions?
Okay, we'll listen to both presentations and then defer all questions at the end.
Thank you.
So we'll get to it, Ken, but at the
Good morning. I'm very happy to be here today to give you all of the good news that's been happening at the School for the Deaf. I just handed you our strategic plan. in summary. I know I'd given that to you before. However, I wanted to just emphasize that I'm going to be only expanding on goal number 2 today. And that's where our main focus has been since summer and the beginning of the school year. Outreach has expanded their programming, and currently we have a family community engagement facilitator who is providing services in the western half of the state. And also we have a blended learning instructor. We initially had planned to hire 2 of those people onto our staff, and we've successfully been able to hire 1. And we have determined that it's better for that person to start working in the state and piloting that program. And then when we hire the second person, they can be ready to go. I'm going to be talking about the language assessment program. That was newly submitted, of course, July 1st, where we started that program. I wanted to talk about the blended learning classes and the family and community engagement coordination. So everything is closely tied together in outreach. Our goal is to support families with children that are deaf or hard of hearing, and support and educate the community where those children live. And that not only includes our family and community engagement person, but also the blended learning instructor, as well as the language assessment program. It's been a very large task to get all of those things into place, and I'll give you more of an update on that in a few moments. This is completely new information for families out in the state, and so we want them to know that it is a statute that that option is available for them. And so there's a lot of education going on right now. Without the resources after the assessments, then there's no point in having the assessments. And so we're working to get those resources in place so that when they complete that assessment and recommendations are made, we're able to help with those recommendations. Over the last 2 months, the Family and Community Engagement Coordinator has been collaborating with the Sound Beginnings program, which entails the newborn screening program. If a child indicates some sort of a hearing loss at birth, then that person would make the initial contact with the family. And then depending on the level of hearing loss, then resources are provided and information is provided. And so we want the families to be able to have those resources and that information. And then at that point, they're referred to Sound Start through that same person so that the children can start receiving early intervention services. And this information that families receive is unbiased and comprehensive, including the different language modalities, including amplification, be it implants or hearing aids. All of that information is shared with the parents. And they also working with our current parent-to-parent coordinator, which is a part-time position that's funded through EDI, the Early Detection and Hearing Intervention Program. And that's to develop activities for Western Kansas collaboratively. And so we are at the level now of distributing information to parents and school districts, and that's being done through social media and through a parent newsletter. Again, that's the role of the Family and Community Engagement staff person. They're also going to be learning about the ASL immersion camp that takes place at KSDE this summer, with the potential of establishing the same type of camp in other parts of the state. We do have to take into consideration different logistics as far as lodging and meals, but looking at replicating that program in other parts of the state, especially in Western Kansas. And so that person has a big role on the language assessment program team. As far as the statute, KS 757797 is to ascertain and monitor the acquisition of language by young children who are deaf and hard of hearing. The intent is to provide data to determine whether current interventions are successful and can be continued, or to consider alternative interventions. The language assessment program officially started July 1st. And so I wanted to give you an update on that program and what's been happening. We have spent a lot of time strengthening and building the current programs in order to assure that we're providing those quality assessments. There are 15 members on our stakeholder council, and we had our first meeting on August 2nd. And the representatives on that council are the Department of Education, Department of Health, Part C, Part B providers, parents, early intervention specialists, and the Kansas Commission for the Deaf and Hard of Hearing. Those have been informational meetings that we will continue to have at a minimum of 3 times a year to share the data that we've collected. We have established a database to get feedback from those representatives to discuss what would be reported to the legislatures coming up in January and February. So that's the purpose of the stakeholder meetings, so that we can keep up with the current trends and what's happening throughout the state. So it's very nice to have a diverse group of people on that council representing different agencies. We have completed presentations to the following entities at the National Association of the Deaf Conference. And of course, we've had presentations in Kansas also. We've presented at the TASN Leadership Conference, as well as the Kansas Speech Language Hearing Association Conference. And the intent there is to spread awareness with speech and language therapists, those that work in the field with deaf and hard of hearing children, including audiologists, to start to get the information distributed and not have the pertinent information just for teachers and in the field of education. We feel as though that support is critical to those other entities as well. In the near future, we will be presenting at the Department of Ed annual conference. We'll be presenting in Pittsburgh and Garden City to those school districts. And tomorrow is a brief presentation to the Council of Superintendents about the language assessment program. We want to ensure that everybody is understanding the program and make sure that we're in compliance with the statute. For about the past 5 weeks, we have assessed 13 students throughout the state. Of those 13 students, 5 of them are transitioning from Part C services to Part B services. And we want to be able to ensure that that's a seamless transition for them, that the information from their earlier intervention services is shared with the early education services that they're going into. Oftentimes, time is lost when that transition happens, and so we're following up on that to ensure a smooth transition and that they're continuing to acquire language and progressing in that area. And so that requires a lot of follow through once they move into early childhood services. The plan for phase 1 is for us to assess 50 children ages birth to 3 that are already receiving services through the Sound Start program. And all 50 of those students will be assessed before December. And the expectation is that we'll have those results to share about those children and their language milestones with the legislature in January or February of 2019. These are the counties and cities that we've provided the assessments in that are on the slide now. And on a side note, and we have 2 early intervention specialists that are full-time and 1 that is part-time. The 2 that are full-time are teachers. The part-time is an SLP, and so they're serving approximately 70 children between the ages of birth to 3. The numbers have exploded. We started out with about 45 or 50, and now we're up to 70. And so we may have a need there to hire another early intervention specialist to be able to serve those children and those families throughout the state. It's actually a good problem for us to have. The need is there to provide those services, not only locally, but also throughout the state. We've been contacted from Garden City. There are 6 children in that area that need services that we'll start serving soon. So the number, as you can see, is growing very quickly. And as far as the language assessment program and reaching out to more of those children, parents being able to recognize the gaps and being able to provide the interventions are key. And so I predict that by next year, we'll be up to 50 to 100 more babies that are being served. And so that's very exciting for us for the language assessment program. There are some very exciting things happening at this point. We have our blended learning instructor, the gentleman on the screen. His name is Anthony, and we're very fortunate to have hired him from Washington State. He's very technologically savvy. He's very motivated, has tons of energy, and is very excited about the projects that he's working on. The school is experiencing a paradigm shift at this point because this is a completely new concept to be able to be very progressive and move towards this goal. There are only two schools for the deaf in the country that have these distance learning programs that focus formally on ASL instruction and storytelling. And so we are the third school in the country to do this. This requires intensive thought and preparation and collaboration with other schools for the deaf. And that is where we're at right now in that process. We are developing lesson plans with weekly ASL stories, focusing on classifiers. So for example, this is the classifier for a car. And so this shows the car going down a windy road, for example. So that's a classifier. And when instructing in ASL, and for those young children to understand the concept of classifiers, that's key to developing their language. And then also there's the opportunity to have those social academic conversations with them in order to help support their language growth. For example, if a student is assessed and they have gaps in some specific skills, this program can help to fill in those gaps through those distance learning opportunities. The other thing that'll be happening is that they're acquiring both languages simultaneously as far as ASL and English, and so technology is everywhere. But we are creating more visual ways to have that be authentic. Even though he can't be there in person, he can provide those services at a distance on the screen, and we need to ensure that it's good quality technology that's there so that his hands are very clear and crisp, and that the ability to see each other is very good. At this time, Anthony and Joan Macy, our admissions and outreach coordinator, are in Texas looking at their program. The Texas School for the Deaf has had their program in place for about 10 years, and so they're checking out the equipment, seeing what type of equipment we need to have. They're looking at the lessons that are provided to students, all of the details related to that. The state of Texas has a significant waiting list, and we're hoping to circumvent that here and plan ahead and not have to have a waiting list. And so this is an actual picture of Anthony on screen, and he's piloting with our early childhood kiddos on the campus to determine their attention span, how long they're able to attend to him. Is the screen big enough? Is it crisp and clear enough to be able to see all the nuances related to sign language? And it's been very, very successful since day one, and we know that we have the right things in place to be able to do that. And at this point, we're working with school districts to ensure that they have the proper equipment that's compatible with the equipment that we have and can start teaching lessons. During this time of getting everything prepared, we have sent out flyers to the districts throughout the state, which I've handed to you. And we have 4 districts that have contacted us, and they're interested in being part of this program. We're also building a library of sign stories that can be shared. And as soon as they return from Texas, which is today or this evening, they will get started next week on the next steps in this process. The first step is that Anthony would physically go out and meet with the school districts, with the students that are interested, have that face-to-face contact, ensure that the school has the proper equipment, everything is set up correctly, and that everything is compatible test that out, have a conversation with the teachers about their lessons and the books that they're working on, what their themes are, to make sure that he's able to match what the students are learning, it rather than just having a random book or a story that he's signing to them. He wants to be able to follow their curriculum or their theme that they're working on. Again, the pilot has been successful. He's developed 10 books to this point with vocabulary, the creation of ASL stories, and the target is for preschool children for that early language acquisition. Again, there are 4 co-ops that are interested in participating in the program, and I believe that all of the children in those programs are 4-year-olds. And at the time that I met with Kathy and Jim Porter, we had, our goal was to have this completed within this semester, but we're actually ahead of schedule to get this going. We're very committed to ensuring that those students are receiving those services as early as possible and that they're aligning with the language assessment program. It's the perfect time to be doing this and developing these programs. That completes my presentation. I'm just very excited about all the things that are happening, and I'm looking forward to coming back in December and showing you a video of what this looks like and the success of these different areas. This has been our focus since July 1st. And of course, we're continuing with professional development and developing partnerships, but this has been our main area of focus because it's such a new program for us and so needed that we're very much wanting to get things going as quick as possible. Also, I had shared the budget for the language assessment program, and I will be asking the legislature for a significant increase in our budget. We see the need there to be able to expand out into the state for the language assessment program, and so that's a necessity. Hopefully we'll be successful in that request. And I think that's all I have, and I'm ready for any questions that you may have.
When we met and other points, we have expressed interest in outreach, and I appreciate the fact that both schools have taken that very seriously, and it looks like are helping us achieve that goal so that geography does not prevent the opportunity to learn. I appreciate that. There are several questions. The first one's probably for you, John. Ken?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I believe, John, you said that vision screening does not happen in every school when kids come to school in elementary. I was just thinking of many years ago, approximately 100 years ago, I was coaching Little League Baseball. And our best pitcher, 8 years old, came to me and said, "Coach, what's the score?" I said, "Jeff, you can't see that big scoreboard out there?" He didn't know it was even out there. And I went and told his mother after that, and she was shocked. And the next week he showed up with glasses. So it's easy for parents to overlook it. But why is it not taking place in every school? What are the roadblocks getting that to happen? And what do we need to do to make it happen?
There's probably somebody else really more qualified to answer all of your questions. And maybe some of them are sitting here on the board. I know Sally's raising her hand. And Dina, you've been a part of those discussions for a long time. I'll just say that we hear those stories all the time, and it is a tremendous waste of resources to presume that children have learning disabilities or can't read when simply it's a matter of correction. And so the vision screening guidelines task force is committed to changing the guidelines and the laws and regs in the state to ensure that our kids are being screened regardless of where they live consistently, so we can address those problems early.
So is it a matter of the law needing to be changed, or can regs be changed here? And why has not that been a big issue, and why is not done?
I think now we're just coming back to it. Some folks have been aware that the law, the regulations and law is very old. I think originally it was written in the 1950s, and it was updated in probably the early 2000s, but it does not reflect best practice today. And we want to change those guidelines to make sure that it's reflecting best practice and that our state is at the forefront of good screening, using good practices, and our schools are participating in that.
So are you working with the department on an initiative to get that to happen?
Yeah, there's a vision screening task force, and it's a wide-ranging task force with lots of different folks involved. I don't know if, Dina, you want to comment on this or not, but we will be keeping the board abreast of the activities. I just joined the Vision Coalition Task Force this year, so I'm trying to catch up to speed myself. But I think it's an important issue, and I think it's something that the board and the department will be involved in, and something we can be proud of.
I was under the impression that it was required, so I think we really do need to follow up, Ken, because I was.
One last comment. I do think there are requirements, but I don't think they're rigorous enough, or we need to make sure that we're doing it more consistently. The language is pretty old.
Okay, thank you. Ann?
Thank you. I had one question for each of you. John, I know the Lions Clubs statewide are just very focused on vision screening. Are we using their resources to fill some of these gaps?
Yes, they're part of the Vision Coalition Task Force as well, and they are very active and involved and committed to helping. It's bigger than any one group. I think it is. It's kind of groups of folks coming together and making the legislature aware of it, the board aware of some of the issues, and I see that happening. So that's the good news.
Well, I know, like our local Lions Club had offered to go screen every kindergartner, and the school wouldn't let them in. I go, what are you, what's going on with that? So I had to have a talk with the superintendent, and now they're, screening the kids, but you got to wonder what's up with that.
Kansas Lions Sight Foundation has been really involved in it and critical to the effort.
Cool. And Luann, I had a question. The distance learning program that you're starting, do you need help from us recruiting other school districts, or do you have plenty to start with?
Most definitely. The flyers that I passed out, I'm hoping that you can distribute those among the school districts. And it will be also posted on the Department of Ed listserv, but we definitely are wanting more kids to be involved. At this point, we're working with 4 districts. So yes, please do help spread the word. We have one person on staff at this point. They could manage 30 classes a week.
Wow, okay.
So,
thank you.
Sally?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to first say what I was going to originally say, and then I'd like to answer Ken's question, because I go back to those dark ages. Since I've been on this board, I have been so frustrated with finding out that we are the board for the School of the Deaf and the Blind. And several of us on here, in fact, all of us, I think, have had the same feeling that I had. And over the years, I just felt like we were getting farther and farther behind instead of being the school that we thought we were for the School of the Blind and the Deaf. And I just want to thank you guys, because I think we're on the right road now. I feel like you've done your due diligence. I feel like you're working with the staff and the department. A shocker was to find out that you guys weren't working with our Department of Ed. I mean, special ed. There was just little things that we would pick up as we came along that we thought were happening, we were assuming, but they weren't, and we're just proud of you, and we're going to be proud of you. And to serve where I am and hear that you're out there and that you have staff that knows how to drive on a 2-lane road, and that you can even put Western Kansas in your vocabulary, you just warm my heart. And I appreciate it very much on the work of you and your staff. So thank you very much. And to address Ken, I have been on one of those committees to decide what we wanted in optometry for the schools. And we've had a lot of evolving over the years. Back in the early 70s, when I had leadership in the state on doing some things, I wanted all schools to require eye exams. And there's a difference between an exam and a screening. And I lost that fight. And they, to me, the screening, and then they said they would do it every October by school nurses. This is a little history, okay? Well, you know, we lost a lot of school nurses in the last 8 years. There's also a program that was written and given to the school nurses and provided about you could use with your children and provide for vision safety. And that's no longer being used. And so I was really thrilled this year when Ann Nielsen, thank you, called and they're wanting to relook at this. And I asked for them to put Dina on this committee because she has the knowledge of legislature and state board. I looked at this as a state board problem. I look at it as we here around the table can decide if we want to require vision, an exam instead of a screening, because the exam is the one that gets whether the eyes are working together. It's the exam that tells you and can pick up things like dyslexic and some things like that. So that the screening just tells you whether you can see far or near. And so I looked at it as our problem. The committee, though, some of it is in legislature, so it's more complicated than that. But I'm so proud of the work they're doing and that they're bringing back. And I think we have a chance to get it right for these kids, because if they can't see, they can't learn. And we came up with a program called See to Learn, but a lot of optometrists aren't using it anymore. And it was free exams for kids. And the Salvation Army, Lions Club, and everything really helped us. There's organizations out there that are helping us. We're just now in the process of getting it right and putting it together right, just like we are moving along on the School of the Deaf and the Blind. So I'm really proud of the work, and we're going to get to what you and I want. It's just, it's fallen through the cracks with all the other things on that we lost funding on school finance.
Well, I think we need to move past that, and I just want to get it fixed by the end of the year.
Oh, I would love to too.
I mean, I see no reason to not do it. I
Well,
don't know why we can't make that our policy.
should we tell them if they need to move fast enough that you and I are going to come up with a requirement from the state board?
Yeah.
Okay.
Dina. That'll be your swan song.
That'll be our swan song, Ken.
Well, since I am on that task force, there are several, as John mentioned, there are several groups working on various issues having to do with this. This picture is a big picture, not just a small one. And so, and as I recall, there was a person from the department that was there. So they're familiar with the issue. And the only thing is, one of those individuals doesn't serve on the component that I'm serving on. And eventually, I think they will all get together. the one thing I wondered was, since I've been involved with finding out that the laws and our policies and that has to do with KDHE as well as KSDE. So you can't just say, well, we're going to do this, because a lot of it involves another department as well. But as I was looking at the fact that has to do with vision is so old in its and I don't mean it's just that it was done and then the ball dropped and no one was watching and saying, well, we do a lot of things here that aren't included in any of this. I'm wondering, and since the folks that have to do with vision, for some reason that got in their face, so to speak, and they decided something needed to be done. So they developed the task forces. What I'm wondering is just how, because there are things in statute and policy, et cetera, that have to do with the hard of hearing and deaf as well. Are we keeping an eye on those parts of issues that children have as well? And so we're making certain that we're always up to date with the screening process and so on that can be done and should be done with newborns, with as they get older, et cetera.
At this point, all hospitals throughout the state of Kansas are required to perform a newborn hearing screening. That is a mandate that they are supposed to comply with. And if a child is identified as having any type of hearing loss, deaf or hard of hearing, they are immediately connected to the Sound Start program, which is our Birth to 3 early intervention program. And then they follow up with those families with visits at 1 month, 3 month, and 6 months post-screening. And my understanding is that there's a 96% success rate of follow-through with the families. Our goal is 100%. Oftentimes, the families will make the determination not to follow up with early intervention services. They're not interested, or the family moves from one state or moves in from another state and we don't have that information, and so we have to be able to locate them somehow. But that's about a 4% gap that is not satisfactory, and we would like to get to that 100% awareness of all parents that have children that are deaf or hard of hearing. With the language assessment program, we will be establishing the database where we're working with the Department of Health with the grant through the EDI program. So through Sound Beginnings, we'll be able to have access to that information that a child, and I don't like to use this word, but quote unquote failed the screening. And then we would get that referral, and that would give us the ability to contact them. And it's been a beautiful system for this state, and where we're able to catch those children much earlier and reach out to families much sooner, pretty much as soon as their child is born and identified. There are some holes in the system. For example, you know, if a family doesn't want services, trying to find out what they need, or they may not be comfortable having somebody come into their home. There's a variety of reasons for that, but the goal then is to work with families more and try to resolve that issue. But it's been in statute since 1991, I believe. The percentage of early identification or detection has grown considerably since then. And with vision, I believe there's more of a challenge there because when babies are born, they don't have very good vision to begin with because of development. And so the assessments may be more difficult or more challenging. With infants that are identified with the hearing loss, that's done with ABR testing, and then they're detected sooner. And if there's a question, they can go through a second screening to validate the first screening or disprove the first screening. So that's a summary of that.
Okay, Steve.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm at visionaware.org. I Googled for what's the difference between a screening and an eye exam. Very briefly, a vision screening is a relatively short examination that can indicate the presence of a vision problem or a potential vision problem. A vision screening cannot diagnose exactly what's wrong with your eyes. Instead, it can indicate that you should make an appointment with an ophthalmologist or optometrist for a more comprehensive dilated eye examination. I would submit that 100 years ago on a baseball diamond, Ken Willard performed a basic screening. And we need to encourage that sort of thing. You don't have to be an expert in ophthalmology to help out with this problem. It's just an observation. Thank you.
Thank you. Just one observation, because we're over time, and I'm going to make us go further over time. We have legislative liaisons. You make presentations to the legislature. We have legislative liaisons. We organize every other year, so who they are, we can't guarantee right now for the next session. But whenever you do make presentations at the legislature, we would like to know that so that we can be partners, even though it may be your budget, we don't directly deal with that. Even though it's those issues, we still would like to know that and be able to be there. We're going to take a break until either 11:50 or whenever a quorum returns, and when Randy has his full time whenever he comes back, and we will just have an abbreviated lunch schedule. We're in recess until we get back.
Jim?
Mr. McNeese, will you turn around and tell the people behind you we're ready to start?
We're ready. Actually, everyone is here.
Okay, Randy, it's your turn. Welcome.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and board. It's a friend of mine posted on social media yesterday. He said the good news about this fall in Kansas is that God did promise he would not destroy the earth by water again. So otherwise we'd be wondering, I think, if, because it's, I was in central Kansas to La Crosse, to Wichita, to Topeka, and it rained the entire time, from a little bit to hard, I think, the entire time. And I want to thank Sally for joining me. So I'm going to bring you up to date on the annual report and what's going on, and it'll be a short snapshot so we can get you to lunch. So you have in front of you a draft. It's not ready because the academic achievement portion that we'll talk about today, which I generally go over, we like to look at multiple things: state assessment, ACT scores, advanced placement scores, dual credit enrollment, and we don't have the aggregate ACT scores for this year because they had a glitch nationally, and we meet with them Thursday. So I just wanted to point that out. But if you'll take a look at this draft report on page 26, 27, and it will be, this report will be live for the public. Maybe I'm looking at Denise in a couple of weeks when we get all this data. I just want to tell you a little bit about the demographics. So Bill was talking about activities and member high schools and middle schools. They're just short of 500,000 students in Kansas. This is top of page 26. And the average teacher age is almost 44. And you can see, I want to just point out a couple things that maybe the general public doesn't really know. Our African American population let me reverse that. Our Hispanic population in Kansas is almost 3 times as large as our African American population. Do you think most of your constituents know that? Sally says yes. I'm not sure across Kansas most people understand that. Now, this is Kansas demographics. Obviously, you know, Hutchinson looks different than Sedan. And so I wanted to just point that out to the other thing. If you look at the bottom of 26, for the second consecutive year, the number of students on free and reduced lunch has dropped. I'll say it again. For the second consecutive year, the percent of students on free and reduced lunch has dropped. It peaked, it's actually the 3rd straight year. It actually peaked in 2014, and now it's down 2 percentage points from that time. Also, if you take a look, the percent of English language learners dropped from the previous year. Sally?
I expected that because I knew the English language learners had dropped. Okay. But have we had any changes in any laws on qualifications for the free and reduced lunch that is different than the years before?
No.
Okay.
So free and reduced lunch, this is on the bottom of page 26, down. English language learners, down. Students with disabilities, up. Record high there. Those are just demographics. I just want you to be aware of those as we talk about what's going on in Kansas. So Thomas Jefferson's one of my favorite presidents. And, you know, like all of us, we pick out the quotes that we like about anyone. But I like this, that, you know, and this is something I think it resonates as we think about what needs to happen in education. I was with a panel from the Governor's Education Council, the chairs and the vice chairs of that council. Blake Flanders and I chair it. And the vice chairs are Ed O'Malley from the Kansas Leadership Center and Alan Cobb from the Kansas State Chamber. And Diane DeBacker facilitated this in Wichita yesterday. And as we looked at the room, and it was made up of business people, a few legislators, a lot of tech ed people, and community colleges and technical colleges. Here's what I find, and I think you find this too. When you talk about the general issues in Kansas, about related to education and employment, there is virtually no disagreement. We have too many kids leaving the state and not coming back. Or most educated leave the state and maybe they return back at a later time. Businesses are trying to expand in Kansas, can't find viable workers, whether that's education level, the 21st century skills they don't have, and we're trying to change education and they're wanting us to change education. However, as you know, as you get going in redesign, you have to do something different in order to get a different outcome. And what we don't want to do at our level, when you get down to low level, is change school. It's something inherently tied to our youth that just, I think, resonates that if it was good for me and it worked well, why can't it just continue to work that same way? And yet, I listened yesterday as everyone said, when are you going to change school? When are you going to change school? Some of you, Mr. Roberts, I'm looking at you, we don't do it fast enough. But this is the hard work, right? That all of our school districts are trying to do, whether in KSDE or redesign, is how do we do this with a local and culture going forward so that we can do this, you know, lead the world in the success of each student. This is blank, but, you know, we fill in. We started the listening tour in 15. We're hoping to get there by 26. And we won't be great at it by 26, but we've got to change. Remember, the one-room schoolhouse started. We started leaving that in the 1920s. We had tens of thousands. By 1964, we still had 3,000 one-room schoolhouses. And we consolidated that to 300 and some school districts. 1920, that was 45 years later. And then by early 1980s, most of the one-room schoolhouses were gone. We're now trying to change the second generation of education in about a decade. That's a huge lift. And I know that it's important. And for some of you, You know, you're not going to be on the board and you want to see it done. And we're doing everything we can, and the school districts are doing everything they can. So I want to just point out one of these things, that one of the changes that we did going forward, civic engagement. And in the first ever, we gave out our awards for school districts that were achieving at remarkable rates. Some of you were there, a lot of you were there, got your photos taken with some kids, and they're on civic engagement, and then some schools that received promising practice. This is the first step of recognizing what it means to be civically engaged. But Sally joined me yesterday in lacrosse with lacrosse, and Victoria and Nest City were there together for a little semi-league meeting. And she's been with me a couple times recently. Dina's been with me recently. And you know that one of the things I tell people is it's really good to go out and rake leaves in your community and be civically engaged. And it's really good, you know, to help with Meals on Wheels, and we need that. But the fundamental, it starts, do you vote? Do you actually take part in the participatory process and vote? And I say that to the adults in the room. It starts with voting, and then it starts from that to be engaged as a voter, right? And then be civically engaged. I want to thank Jessica, Noble, and Don for all their work there. So, you know, we have some outcomes. I'm going to just highlight a couple of those today, just like the Schools for the Blind and Deaf highlighted a few of those. Kindergarten readiness, because we took a monumental step this fall toward that goal, and individual plans of study. Big step last year, huge step this year in those two things going forward. So let me just bring you a little bit up to date. Starting this fall, we're starting to try to measure whether kids enter kindergarten at age 5 social, emotionally, and academically prepared for that success. We're using a age-appropriate screener. It's a snapshot, and it includes these skills. And it's different because it engages the parent and the teacher in discussing what is seen at home and maybe what's seen at school. It's not a, let me give you a paper pencil test. It is a screener to do just that, decided upon by Kansans, working together over the last couple of years, trying to help achieve the goal that you wanted. We call that, as you know, ASQ. The ASQ3 is the latest edition of that academic preparedness. And the SE2 is the second edition of the social emotional. So there's two components. And this fall, as of October 2nd, we had given out almost 22,000 of those across the schools. All right, now we're still working to get some in. And you're going to say, that's a little short, isn't it, of how many kindergartners we have? Yes, it's part of the challenge, right? Whenever you change something, this has been a huge lift because you actually have to get parents to fill it out and be a part of it. You probably have heard, we've got some parents that we can't get to fill it out. It changes behavior. You can't just send it home. You're going to have to bring parents in and have that conversation. So we're analyzing the data. We're giving professional support. Our new director, Amanda Peterson, is doing a phenomenal job, and her team out working on this across the state. And we're just proud that we're taking this really important next step in this. This is the website you can see. You can go to it. It's Brooks Publishing. You'll have a copy of this, so if you want to point people to it, you can see this later on. Also, exciting to tell you that our agency is going to work, and Amanda will take the lead on this, coordinating with multiple state agencies and the Children's Cabinet and other people on a federal grant that's going to be coming very quickly. And basically, it's going to be conducting needs assessment very similar to what we did when we went out on the listening tours, only this one will be about early childhood, strictly early childhood, and what do Kansans want, what parental choice and knowledge do they want, and what do we want to see going forward. So that's what we have going on in early childhood. But it's been a couple years, and we had to get everything ready. You know, anytime you initiate that big a change in schools, in kindergarten, it's going to take us a couple years to even get the bugs worked out of it. Let's talk about IPS. Last year, every school had to have an IPS tool and process identified by the end of the school year. That was part of your goal. Every school, middle school and high school, had to say, what's the tool? Most people are using career cruising, but what are you housing it with? And tell us about the process. How are you engaging parents? This year, every student has to have an IPS by the end of the school year. Last year, the school had to have it ready. This year, they have to have one. Now, are we good at it yet? No. Right? Are we better than 3 years ago? Oh, a lot better. But as you know, we're going to get better in this process because it's not telling a student, oh, this is what you want to be. You took a survey and it says you want to be a carpenter. You don't have any interest in being a carpenter. No, it's about finding kids' passions and working with that. And we have road shows going on this week, in fact, over those issues. So those two things, kindergarten readiness with the ASQ, IPS with now the individual students having those, we've gotten those in place now. And now over the next several years, we have to get good at that process. And then we'll start analyzing the results, bringing you those. And then it's a matter of, then that should tell us how we want to advocate across the street for funding, where that funding should go going forward. So you remember this is what a good required components of the IPS. All right, you've seen this chart a million times. This is the latest one, but I wanted to give you one in Jim Porter's district, Pittsburgh, because I want very quickly. It's not Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. It is in Kansas. I want to very quickly, though, show you how you can help the school districts that you look at. What do we look at this when we look at a school? So, Pittsburgh, first thing we want to ask ourselves is, on their effective rate, is it leading the world? Is it between 70 and 75%? And the answer is no. It's not even close. Second, state average is 46%. Are they at or above the state average? No. Third question, are they growing from 2012 to 16? Are they static or are they declining? We're looking at the purple, blue purple. They're growing, 37 to 42. That's the direction we want to see. That's what KISA's looking at. Are they where we want them to be? No. Are they even at the state average? No. But they're growing. They're going in the right direction. And then, just like we talked about classifications for sports, for the first time, we looked at Pittsburgh's demographics and we said, you're predicted to have 31 to 35%. You have 38%. You're outperforming your predictive value. Because Pittsburgh doesn't look like Bueller. Pittsburgh doesn't look like Chanute. Pittsburgh doesn't look like Frontenac. They're side by side. Their culture's different. Their demographics are different. 2 out of the 4 measures, Pittsburgh's doing really well. That's what KISA's looking at. That's what you can help look at when you look at it with your school districts. And as you know, every accredited school district you can find it on the report card, and that's where it is. And again, you'll have access to this. It's public information. You can look at all of them if you'd like, any of them as you'd like going forward. All right, we're going to have some fun. This is audience participation. Everyone in the audience, including the board. This we've shown you a lot because these are the things that Kansan said kids should have to go on to be successful. They're categorized in interpersonal, and cognitive skills. So, on your computer or on your phone, if you would go to www.menti.com, feel free to participate, everyone. This is your audience participation. Menti.com, and it will ask you to type in the code. And the code is 841471. So on your phone, your tablet, your computer, menti.com, type in the code, And you should see the question, which is, I would like for you to pick one, because I limited you, Peggy, one of what you think is the most important skill for future success for kids. You only can pick one. Which one of those, and there's a lot of hyphenated ones in there. So if you pick self-efficacy, for example, it has a hyphen in there. So I'm going to leave that up while you're doing it. So go to Menti, type the code. The question is, which one would you pick if you only had to pick one? See, we're testing technology almost too today.
We have to choose one of those.
Yes. Yeah, these are the commonalities of what people in Kansas have said make up good success.
Well, before I realized that I had to pick one of those, I wrote numeracy. So would that be critical thinking?
That's up to you, Mr. Roberts. It's up to you.
Just got to know the language of numbers.
It's up to you. Problem solving.
I can't get in.
Can't get in?
I can't get in. Mine says a kid so.
Menti, MENTI.com. Give you just a.
You have to have spaces.
Oh, I was MENTE. I was spelling it my own way.
MENTI.com.
Okay, that was my problem.
And then ask you for the code 841471. Give you just a couple more seconds. You get to vote once. This is really the following the directions part of the. Yeah, follow the direction. That's right. You know that old one where you go to the bottom, and if you would have looked at the first one.
Now, are we supposed to do anything after we get
No. You get a heart that I'm going to show you. Are you good, Janet? Did you know which one you want?
No, I haven't decided what I want. I was trying to get in there. You go ahead, though.
No, go ahead. Pick your one.
You want me to tell you one?
Scott Rothschild wants you to pick your one you want. So before I unveil.
Okay, I think I've got one.
So you put those terms in this?
This comes out of the research that Amy and Patty and KU did after we went to the listening tour, and this is the word. Okay? All right. So, how do we do? Oops. It's not what I wanted to do.
So you hit the heart. So how did you get there?
Hang on. See,
It sent me an email, said see voting results. And then I said, yes, hit that one. And then it said send your email, put in your email.
There is how this audience thinks about this. That is you. That is everyone collectively. Integrity was the most highly responded word in this audience. But these are the words that were in there. I've been doing this with faculty. Self-regulation comes up a lot. But what you see is a lot of people choose those things that we have taught generally in extracurricular areas that we heard about today. So I just thought you'd find that interesting. I want to thank Jay Scott because he's the one that kind of tipped us off to this. Yeah, we'll give you that. Yeah, that's for your Sunday school lesson. And so I also want to announce today, we've been talking about KISA. We've been talking about, the redesign of schools. We're trying to make sure everything is rolling in the same direction for you. And so today I want to show you our recognition system that will launch on October 23rd, when we'll actually give you the schools that reach this. I'm giving you the criteria today. So we've established this in my mind, kind of like Olympic medals. I've shared this with you before. Diamond is if you obtain gold level status from a district in every single area, all the way down to copper. And so here are the areas. Nothing surprising about these areas. How about social emotional growth? Kindergarten readiness, individual plans of study, prepared for high school graduation. Remember the definition? Those 5 areas of the definition: civic engagement, we talked about, graduation rate, post-secondary effectiveness. So those are the levels. As you notice, some of those are going to be qualitative in nature. We just talked about the civic engagement, civic advocacy network. Some of those are going to be things that you just go out and you achieve. Others, like graduation rate, are a quantitative metric, 95%. So we're going to talk today, and we're going to launch today 3 measures, and the rest of these will come together next year. 3 measures. But when this is complete, what you're going to see is the sample district. We're going to recognize in each of the areas that we want to see, and in this sample, this district wasn't recognized at all in IPS and civic engagement. They just didn't. That wasn't part of their plan. They did extremely well in social, emotional, and kindergarten readiness, and they did in between in prepared for high school graduation and graduation rate. This then helps them know, what do we want to focus on? What do we want to work on? This year, as I mentioned, though, we're going to be focused on 3 areas: graduation rate at 95%, post-secondary at 70% or above, state assessments, 75% at levels 3 and 4. So, prepared for high school graduation. Here's the award system. Again, I'll give this to you. It starts at 35%. Why? That's above the state average. Gold, here's what this means, the aggregate. So, Ken, let's use Sterling. So at Sterling, we would look at grades 3 through 10, mathematics, 3 through 10, language arts, 3 through 10, science, and ask, out of all of that, do you have 75% of your kids at levels 3 and 4? If you do, you're gold on just this area. In the old days, we called that AYP only, and we stopped. This is just one of 8 areas now. Academic preparedness. And we'll be adding ACT next year, work keys to this, so it'll be a combination. But we're going to reward what you want to see. Some people won't get rewarded. Some people will, but that's what a reward system is. High school graduation. So, Kathy, you know, we'd be looking at Wichita as a district here. So that's a huge, Sally, for you, Meade is a district, as is Liberal. So 95% graduation rate last year, and you're at least at your predictive range effectiveness, you would be rewarded. 87.5 is where we start because of 87 is the state average, and so we're rewarding again those that have done better. By the way, we hope to go to these districts with you on the gold ones and really celebrate. And then finally, the third, post-secondary effective, same thing. 70% or above in Nickerson, gold. Why 46.2? Because 46 is the state average, and that's how we tiered it up. These are quantitative. These are hard numbers. Next year, we'll add the qualitative to that, and we'll have the combination, and then we'll start to recognize each year what you want to see. And then we're going to get you to lunch or after you ask questions. But there's still a missing component to this. Because as much as we've tried to balance this, you still have a static system here. Meaning everyone's expected to get to the same goals. School districts have different challenges, even the side-by-side ones. So, and then the diamond, I said, we achieve outcomes of all at the gold levels, your district's diamond. Today, we're also announcing the Commissioner's Award. And that's those districts, just like Pittsburgh is an example, that outperform to an effect size of 0.4 or greater, so significantly above what we would predict, outperform their predictive value on post-secondary success. Everyone then gets classified like 1A, 2A, 5A, 6A, and they're measured against their own culture, their own demographics for the Commissioner's Award. So there's a static award, and there's a Commissioner's, and you can get both. We're trying to balance the static, the growth, and the predictive range going forward. So I want to share with you on, what is today, the 9th? 3 days from now, a new movie is out. And Jay and Tammy shared this trailer with me that they're going to share next week at the annual conference, but you're going to get to see it first. It's called First Man. It's about Neil Armstrong and his journey to the moon. None of us have seen it other than the trailer. So, I don't know, I'll go see it because I like all things history, so I'll do that. But I think what I think about each day, and I know you do, we think about the kid, that individual student, your own students, your own grandkids, the kids down the block from you, and the teachers that are in this daily struggle. One of the things I like about that trailer is many of us remember, the Neil Armstrong and setting foot on the moon, or at least if we don't remember, we've read about it. But those were humans. NASA were full of humans, and the astronauts were human. They weren't perfect. They were trying to do a goal. Teachers aren't perfect. Administrators aren't perfect. School boards, state boards aren't perfect. We're trying to do a goal of achieving something we've never done. And it is hard work, as you know, and I just want to applaud you for that effort, continued effort. And I stand for any questions. Other than that, you're looking for a hearty bowl of soup and something warm on a cool day, rainy day.
Sally.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Randy, I have 3 questions. When you were telling us about the preschool and how many students that have taken that, do we get the information also of that by how many districts have sent that in?
Yes.
Because sometimes it would help me to know how many districts are participating across the state rather than the number of children.
Every district is required to participate.
I know, but how many are in?
We'll be sharing that once we get the complete data.
Okay. And then when we look at the stars.
Yes.
Your rating, will these awards take the place of the Challenge Awards?
No, the Challenge Awards go for building achievement. This is district achievement. So they're different.
Okay, so will we coordinate taking awards to schools?
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
That certainly makes sense. And, one of the things we'll want to do, again, in a large district, let's use a medium-sized district like Winfield. If Winfield was awarded, we want to make sure that all the schools in Winfield are a part of that celebration. In larger districts, like Olathe, possibly, or you might have feeder patterns, between elementary and middle school, and however they want to do it. But we want to make sure everyone gets rewarded, and we certainly want to coordinate that so that we're not going 2 and 3 times.
Okay, and have you shared this award system out to where, how many people might know about this? Do the superintendents know about it? Have you done any presentations for superintendents, teachers? How far have we gotten on that?
Curriculum directors last week on Friday.
Okay.
Superintendents will be tomorrow. The Superintendent Council. Now, I presented to them, Brad and I talked about it last year in general, but this is where they'll actually see what the scores are, the cut scores. And then that'll get them prepared to talk to their board, and they can look at their own data prior to October 23rd.
Okay, and will you have this slide presentation on your things so we can use it?
Yes.
Excuse me.
KISA, reward, redesign, all moving us in the same direction. We're trying to reward what you want to see, and that's why it's balanced. I want to make this clear. Some people have said that I've said state assessments are not important. They are. What I don't want to see is state after Christmas, teachers doing nothing but test prepping for state assessments at the exclusion of science and social studies and fine arts and recess. But to tell a kid, I don't care how you do, that is not, no, we do care how you do. Academic is important. It's one of the areas. So I want that to, I'm just trying to clarify that. But that's different than spending all your time on the delta indicators at the exclusion of everything else. And so you can help with that message. It is one of the areas that is important. How are you doing academically? And Janet, in your district, your schools may have a lot of measures they do locally, but nobody knows about that. The entire state and the nation, right? Like even NAEP, Jim, the nation knows how we do on state assessments. That's how people look. Maybe ACT a little bit too. So we'll be using that. But that's what we want kids to do our best, whether it's at Jeff West or, you know, it's at Madison. We just don't want to do it at the exclusion of everything else that we need to teach. So.
I had one more question, Mr. Chairman. I forgot to ask it. When, okay, we have KISA, and they determine 2 areas they want to work on, right?
Yes.
Okay. And they're working hard on these areas.
Yes.
That doesn't necessarily mean their stars are going to line up.
Correct.
Okay.
But they need to look at their data.
Yes.
On the
Now,
results, and that should help drive what areas that they look at. That's their needs assessment.
has there been much discussion around if their stars, let's say they're working really hard on 2 stars and they don't get, maybe they end up with a copper on it.
Yeah.
Have you discussed much about, will they get discouraged, or will it make them keep trying? You're a good coach. Tell me how.
Here's what I think. So Brad gets tired of me texting him the Standard of Excellence banners. You didn't even comment on the one I sent you this week. So this week we actually saw the plaque on the front of the building as we came in, 2010. I walk into gyms every time I'm in a location, and it's amazing because in some gyms, when you walk in, the only thing hanging in that gym are state championship banners. It's the only thing. I walk in other gyms, it's 3rd place in the league, 1928. All right, co-champ, sub-state champ. Why? Because they haven't had much success, and they want to recognize that. We're recognizing from copper all the way to gold. You don't have to be at the top. And we're recognizing, if you like Pittsburgh, that is far from getting to 70%. 38, or below the state average, but they're in the Commissioner's Award, but they're out producing and they're growing, and we want to reward that. So we've tried to look at multiple ways. Now, Sally, that still doesn't mean everyone gets recognized, but we've tried to encourage the growth, the achievement, and the development through the KISA process of what we want to see.
Everybody doesn't have to get a big medal. But I do like to recognize when they're showing growth.
We have some districts that when we get to the Commissioner's Award, I think many people in this state, and some of you here, many people in the state will be surprised. I think some of you will be pleasantly pleased of some of the districts we're actually recognizing that have not been recognized before because they're in a different classification, right? I can be a really good 1A school, but I can't go beat a 6A school in football just because of size. And so if I'm really a poor community, lots of poverty, lots of special ed, lots of mobility, lots of those issues, that is hard to compete against someone that doesn't have those factors. And now we're trying to balance that out when we look at schools.
And this will be the last question before lunch.
Thank you. You said there were 4 areas we're going to give awards in?
3 this year.
Oh, okay. High school graduation rate. That was one, right? And then post-secondary effectiveness.
The first we're calling prepared for high school graduation.
That's
the definition.
Well, that's one I have a question
Okay,
on.
and this, for this year only, is state assessments. Next year, because we're given we're given the option to have ACT statewide and Work Keys statewide, we will add those in there.
Well, were you going to take science, math, and English and average them all together?
Yep.
So they got to get 75%
Yep.
in all of them?
Yes.
Total schools?
Yes. That's our KSDE goal by 2030.
Okay. But we're
Your
not looking
approved
at,
plan, it's really high.
I know. My question is, we're not looking at subgroups, though.
No, but we will.
Okay, because I'm
Down the road.
digging into some of my schools, sitting there waiting to talk at a school board meeting. I'm going, man, on the average, they look real good,
I
but
know.
they're free
You
to
know what?
use
And
lunch
we have
kids
to
or-
down the road because that's the equity part.
Yeah.
This is just getting us going, Ann, right now.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, and we will reconvene at 1:30. Let's come back to order. Thank everybody for returning. And at this point, we have presentations on the National Schools for Character. And Kent, I believe you're going to make the introductions. Thank you for being here, and thank all of you for being here. Congratulations.
For having us and giving us the opportunity to recognize and celebrate our National Schools of Character. The original plan was Sue Kidd was going to introduce Nemaha Central, and Noli McDonald Augustine, whom you're very familiar with, she was a co-chair of the SECD standards group, was going to introduce Beloit. Unfortunately, Noli got hung up with the rain, so she's on her way in. But we're going to start off with Sue Kidd, our friend and colleague, to make a couple of comments, and then introduce Nemaha Central.
Thank you. See if we can get this set up so you can hear. Thank you for the opportunity to highlight our National Schools of Character and to shine a light on these nationally outstanding schools and their programming to implement our Kansas social, emotional, and character development standards. Since 2008, you have recognized 300 schools and districts for implementing these standards to various degrees. During that time, we have 21 schools and districts that have been named Kansas Schools or Districts of Character. And since 2014, 11 of those recognized schools have gone on to become National Schools of Character. That's amazing. I believe that's one of the first states in our United States that have had such amazing representation. So congratulations. Congratulations to the board for your support of this important work, and congratulations to our newest honorees, Beloit Junior Senior High School and Nemaha Central Elementary and Middle School. In introducing the staff from Nemaha Central, Seneca, Kansas, I'd like to give you a bit of background. After their school consolidation, they used a community discussion around shared values to develop their common expectations for high achievement, respect for all, and a caring community. They were an early adopter of the tiered system of support model and place an emphasis on project-based learning with a strong team approach. Communication and interaction with the community is outstanding through the use of their local newspaper, service projects in the community, and a career on wheels where they brought in their EMT, police, construction workers, and all of these people came to the parking lot so that the kids could interact with the professionals. Through a Twitter post from the principal, Amy Beck, I noticed the tweet, "What are you doing for our students that they can be doing for themselves?" And showcasing artwork throughout the school, because students are the school. Academic achievement is expected and supported, as well as service and achievement in sports. Congratulations to Nemaha Central Middle School as a 2018 Kansas and National School of Character. And I'll have Amy.
Thank you, Sue, for that. acknowledgement. We appreciate that. My name is Dr. Amy Beck, and I'm the principal at Nemaha Central Elementary and Middle School. Have had the pleasure of being a principal there for 18 years, was also a teacher there as well. So Seneca, Nemaha Central is big in my heart. This is Mrs. Lori Niehaus. She is our school counselor. And Lori, you want to share just a little bit about your years? Because we are a consolidated district, so we come from two different districts, but come together.
I started my career at B&B in Baileyville 35 years ago this fall, and was a teacher for 25 of those years, and then I moved on to school counseling. After consolidation, the elementary and middle school counselor in Seneca had retired, so Dr. Beck asked me to take that position, and so I did. And consolidation, you know, even though it has its heartbreaks, it was a very positive thing in our district, and it has really helped us to grow.
So just a little background. If you notice our first slide, we are very proud of our symbol, and you'll notice the words trustworthiness, respect, responsibility, fairness, caring, and citizenship. And those are the character counts pillars. We are a character counts school, have been for many years. And throughout this process, we wanted to really exemplify those characteristics. And we actually had a high school senior last year design and create our emblem. And we also wanted to focus on leaders and learners, because we see every student as a leader and a learner. We see every staff member as a leader and learner. And that is truly what has driven our National School of Character. Each morning, we begin the day with our NCMS pledge, and it's basic, but it tells you what we are about. We are trustworthy, we are respectful, we are responsible, we are fair, we are caring, we are good citizens, we are leaders and learners. We are NC. And it's kind of fun if you're in the middle school classrooms and they're saying this pledge, you will actually hear them cheer at the end. We are NC. So it's neat to see that the kids have taken a part of that as well.
All right. Our triangle here, our pyramid, is a real work in progress. We started several years ago with our school-wide positive behavior interventions and support. And so, like I said, we've kind of been tweaking it throughout the last several years, but really that primary prevention piece of it that, we apply to all students, that has made such a huge difference in our building with everything, behavior, character, academics, everything. We are a character count school. We've been a character count school since 2012. A few years ago, we started teaching the second step curriculum, which teaches those social emotional skills to students. We started it in our lower grades, and the teachers loved it. So we do it building wide now also. We are also a CHAMP school, which teaches students those behavior expectations. We have a really strong foundations team that we're in, I think, the third year of foundations training, which helps us to get our whole building on the same page when it comes to any type of behaviors anywhere in the building. And this year we hired a school resource officer, and we really do see him as part of that primary prevention. He is a retired highway patrolman, has a great rapport with the kids. He gets into the classrooms and does a great job. Our secondary level is more of the specialized interventions. It can be individual, it can be group, but we have a very active student improvement team. This year we have started a social emotional learning team, because what we're finding is we have a lot of kids that are doing maybe okay academically, but they really struggle with social and emotional issues. And so we've created a team that's made up of the counselor, the school psychologist, our student family liaison. Dr. Beck is a part of that. Parents are a part of it, classroom teachers, but it's just to get a little more help for those kids who are really struggling socially and emotionally. And then we always have referral to the school counselor. We have an intervention specialist, and we also have a school psychologist. So that's that secondary level.
Our tertiary level is more directed at helping those toughest kids that are really struggling. We have worked with Project Stay to implement compliance training when that has been necessary. And we this year hired a student family liaison. She is a social worker who is that connection to the home. She finds great resources for the kids that are struggling and need that. We have had been as involved as we can in really working on those 11 principles of character over the last several years. And just to kind of show you our little timeline, it takes a while to build a good character ed program. And so we're finally reaping some of the benefits of that. In 2016, we received that enhanced spotlight recognition. In 2017, we received the Promising Practices recognition for a project that we call Make a Difference. Some of them in the building call it Pay It Forward. It's kind of the same thing. And then in 2018, we were named that Kansas School of Character, and then later a National School of Character.
And the one area that we really want to focus on is our Make a Difference projects, or as Mrs. Niehaus said, some members in our school community call it Pay It Forward projects. And the reason why we want to focus on this is because I think it really exemplifies what our school is all about. Reading and writing, mathematics, the academics, we all know is incredibly important, and we believe that to the core, but we also believe teaching our students how to interact with others, how to help others, how to have empathy, how to have compassion, how to reach out. That is equally, if not more important. So each class throughout our school does a Pay It Forward project or Make a Difference project. And just to show a few examples, our kindergarten students created baskets to donate to a local charity auction. In our community in Seneca, we have, probably about 2,500 people. There's a lot of smaller communities that also feed into our school. But one thing, it seems like almost every Sunday there might be a benefit for a family, maybe someone who is suffering from cancer or someone who has had a major accident. And frequently there's a huge benefit. And a lot of times part of that benefit is also doing an auction. And so these kindergarten students, they were putting together baskets that were to be auctioned off. And it was just really neat for them to be a part of that and see that. One of my favorite projects is our fourth graders, and we have a Meals on Wheels program in Seneca where a volunteer goes to the various homes and brings meals to individuals who, for whatever reason, need that assistance. And then our fourth graders take turns rotating in, and they help deliver the Meals on Wheels, and we coordinate that with our community agency. And oftentimes they might make a card. Sometimes they make homemade flowers. And the beauty of this is just something you need to just be there to witness it. Wonderful interactions on both the students' part and also the adults' part as well. Our fifth graders, they will often go to the local training center and play games with the residents, interact with the residents. The training center is probably just about a block or two from our school, so that's in great walking distance. And again, the relationships that we see happening there is inspiring. The students in this sixth grade class were collecting items to create the care baskets for Hope Lodge. We actually had a staff member who had to spend some time at the Hope Lodge with her husband. And so this idea came about because of that, to help the families at Hope Lodge.
An event that we've been doing for a lot of years actually is something called Pi Day. And of course, March 14th is Pi Day. And our we have a couple of teachers who really took the lead on this, but one in particular who started organizing the making of pies on Pie Day. And they have the grandparents come in and help the students make pies. It has really grown over the years, and the pies are then sold, and the proceeds of that are donated to some local charity or benefit. This next picture is a really special Pie Day for us. Last year, students from Nemaha Central Middle School and from St. Peter and Paul Middle School in Seneca got together, teamed up, and St. Peter and Paul is the Catholic school there in Seneca, that they have an elementary and a middle school. And they teamed up together and invited all of their grandmothers in, and they made pies for to be sold, and the proceeds went to the St. Peter and Paul principal's wife's medical fund. Her name is Ann Leonard, and she was fighting cancer. On a sad note, today is Ann's funeral. But it was a wonderful experience because the kids are always rivals in sports and stuff. And so to see them come together and work on something like this was wonderful. I like that picture in the corner. It's a grandma with two kids. One is from St. Peter and Paul and one's from Nemaha Central. So she was helping both. And of course, that other picture is just lots of kids and grandmas in action.
We also have teamed up with Kent Schnackenberg. He is a gentleman from Emporia who has been doing bike races and organizing money to help type 1 diabetes. And so our kids, 8th graders, actually organized a Team Schnack Walk for type 1 diabetes. And one of our favorite events, which is coming up here shortly, is our annual Veterans Day celebration. And it's a huge community event. We invite all of the veterans into our school. We strive to acknowledge them and thank them for the service that they did. And the event that kind of leaves, everybody crying is when those kids are singing, proud to be an American and waving their flag. And it truly is touching. Again, it's going across generations. I cannot express to you the power of that. Got a couple of pictures with grandpas, and we also try to give all the veterans a t-shirt or a hat or a mug, something from Nemaha Central Elementary and Middle School. Another one of our favorite activities, 1st and 2nd graders both do this. We have 3 care homes in Seneca, and our students read to the residents, and they stay with the same resident throughout the school year. And I tell you what, that's very powerful too. And, through that, sometimes a resident may pass away. So there's opportunity to talk to kids about life and being kind and considerate and making those connections. And that's pretty cool. My youngest boys are actually freshmen in high school, and they still talk about their residents and still make connections. So it's kind of neat because what happens, clear in 2nd grade can carry them all the way through. So again, reaching out to others is our common theme.
And finally, I want to hit on a couple things. The staff do the Make a Difference projects also. And this picture is a group of teachers who are working on an inspirational quilt. We had a high school teacher who fought cancer a couple years ago, and we created this quilt of just inspirational messages on little quilt blocks, and all the staff members signed off on it. We sewed it together. These teachers are learning how to tie a quilt. Most of them had no idea how to do that, so we learned a few skills in the process. But we've made these for several staff members who have gone through illnesses or fought cancer. And another thing that we've been doing, and now it may not be so anonymous that we're sharing it with you guys, but for the last several years, our staff has done an anonymous project in our community. And we were creating a gift basket, kind of, and you can see from the basket, it's a lot of snacks. And we were in partnership with our local florist, and she was the one who would deliver the baskets for us because we didn't want people in the community to know where they were coming from. So we delivered them to lots of places around town. This little Facebook posting here that I'm sharing with you was the Nemaha County, Kansas Sheriff's Office. And this was probably about the third or fourth year we had done this project. And they're saying that they were blessed to be part of a community of kind and generous people. They were the recipient that day of a random act of kindness. An anonymous group within the community has been making a habit of paying it forward with deliveries of treats, both healthy and sweet, and flowers as a sign of appreciation. And so it's fun to see these things popping up on Facebook because we know they're getting them and that they appreciate them. But those are just a couple of the things the staff has done. We do lots of other things also.
So in conclusion, when Mrs. Niehaus and I were talking about our presentation, I mean, there could have been so much that we focused on, and obviously 15 minutes is not a great length of time to really tell our story. But when we were discussing it, we felt that the Make a Difference projects truly represent what we are striving to do with our kids. And we want people to feel welcome when they come into the building. We want to teach kids reading, writing, mathematics, all those skills, but we want to teach them compassion. We want to teach them empathy. We want to teach them to help others, to extend a hand. And it's been wonderful. The years that we've been focusing on this have been some of my favorite in education because that is what makes a difference. So we thank you. Also would like to thank Mrs. Niehaus, too, our school counselor. She was the one who wrote our application, so truly appreciate those hours. And it was a lot of compiling. It was like we had it all, but she is definitely the person who organized it. So I do want to publicly thank you for that as well. So thank you. We appreciate your time and love what we're doing. So
And
it's
you're
a great
not done.
place.
We have questions.
Okay, super.
Kathy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and congratulations on your award. That's quite an accomplishment, but you can sure see what all exciting things you do with your students. So when were you guys consolidated?
I believe the vote was in the fall of 2010. The vote was to consolidate, so it would have been the fall of 2011 that we had our first year of true consolidation.
So you've really probably what you're doing really helped bring your kids and your communities together?
Definitely.
Yeah, I would definitely say so. And, it was just amazing what a positive that consolidation was. And I think Mrs. Niehaus talked about that as well. It truly was bringing two great schools together. And what an awesome opportunity that was for all of us.
Yeah, well, you're really to be commended because that can be very difficult, and you've taken a situation and obviously made the best of it.
Thank you.
And a great job, so congratulations on that. Now, my question, when you have your level of supports and you get to your tertiary supports, do you partner with any community or county agencies or anything to help as far as some of your tertiary supports?
We partner with Kansas Mental Health. Our local hospital has been great in Seneca with providing us with different resources. Those are probably the two main things that we partner with right now.
Okay, all right. Well, very good. Well, again, congratulations.
Thank you.
Ken.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your presentation, for what you're doing. And I just say God bless you. You've put a new, you were just announced here today, a new picture of what consolidation can do. Nobody views it that way until they've experienced it. So we thank you for what you're doing. I have a question regarding the school counselor role. Did you have to have any certification or particular training to moving from a teaching role to, yeah?
Yes.
Tell me about that.
I already had a master's degree, and when they asked me to become a school counselor, I had to get a second full master's degree in school counseling. Yes.
Wow. Okay, that was a huge step. I was hoping it wasn't that hard.
I tried. I checked all kinds of schools, but that's what it ended up. I had to get another master's, a full.
Wow.
I think my second one was 48 hours.
Yeah, it has a, doesn't that
Tribe increase. Thank you.
has a significant, not student teaching, but practicum with it too, doesn't it?
Yes.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. I want to add my colleagues' congratulations. This is very, very exciting, and we certainly appreciate you and really admire what you're doing.
Thank you. We appreciate that.
Oh, and by the way, we are live streamed, so the anonymity, we don't know whether there are 12 people or 12 million people listening, so.
Well, our own version of superhero, Noli McDonald Augustine, is here to introduce Beloit.
And we understand that you've been out in the beautiful spring.
Yeah, I apologize for my lateness, but it was downpouring pretty good between Salina, so I slowed down and got here late. Well, I am really excited to introduce Beloit as an alum of Beloit Junior Senior High School. To have them be a National School of Character is great. So we have Jeff Travis. Jeff Travis is the superintendent. He is not here, but Casey Seifert is the principal. Kyle Biesner, the assistant principal. Brennan Eiler, the high school counselor. And then Stephanie Linton is the middle school counselor. So, yeah.
We'll give you a little bit of background. I'm Casey Seifert. I'm the principal. I've been the high school, junior, senior high principal for 4 years. I was the athletic director a couple years before that, and then I taught at Beloit High for 5 years prior to that. So I've been working on my 11th year at BHS.
I'm Brennan Eilert, and I'm in my 15th year at Beloit High School, junior high and elementary school counselor prior to becoming the high school counselor. And then prior to that, I was a counselor at Manhattan High School.
Kyle Biesner. This is my 4th year at Beloit Junior Senior High School as the assistant principal and athletic director. And before that, I was at Downs Lakeside for 11 years, 8 years as a teacher and 3 years as a principal there.
I'm Stephanie Litton. This is my 5th year at Beloit. I'm married to Beloitian, so that's what took me there. Before that, I was an elementary counselor in Heston for 7 years.
We're going to go ahead and kind of go through our vision and our, I guess I will say, how we got to where we're at now. We all kind of came together and when looking at it, we've always said that at Beloit we've had strong academics and athletics. One thing that we noticed was we were status quo, and we were very, I don't want to say complacent, but we were happy to say, hey, we've got a good tradition. We're going to sit on it, and you know, if you got something good going, you don't want to rock the boat too much. We have always had solid community support. We've always had a great staff, and the easiest thing to say was we were fine. If we keep going the way we were going, like we wouldn't be complaining or anything like that, but we really wanted to put the onus on our students and give back to them and let them take control and up the ante a little bit. And so as someone who had taught there, I kind of said, hey, this is what we're doing, and this is where I see as a teacher, like we're missing out. And then when you start talking to others, they all kind of see the same thing, and our teachers said, yes, we want to be better. We want to be better academically. We want to be better with our relationships with our students so that they not only want to come back, but have a strong sense of pride. And so we're also a Gemini school. So we talk about we want to be innovative, like we want to lead. And that's the easiest way to look at it. We want to be the best. We want to be fantastic, but for sure we want to lead.
Okay, the beginning of change. This is exciting for us. Over the years, we've had a few people question us, are you chasing the award? Are you chasing the School of Character, State School of Character, or the National School of Character Award? And absolutely, that was not it at all. It was, we were chasing the vision. We were chasing the dream. It all came together in a perfect storm is what we have referred to it as. Otherwise known as the framework of our puzzle. We had a new administration who wasn't interested in being status quo. Not at all. A new superintendent who loosened the reins and said, what do you want? Let's go for it. We had a supportive school board that we compare to no other school board. Whatever we want, within reason, they give us, but they trust us. We also came together as a team with a philosophical agreement and a vision, a clearer vision than I've ever had in my 22 years of education. And what a blessing to have a shared vision. 2 counselors, 2 principals, so that doubles your vision of what you can get done with those resources. And that collective vision was very clear. We used our 11 principles of character education to guide us. And we do a lot of talk in our district about individual plans of study. And we refer to that as somewhat of a roadmap for our students. And this was a roadmap for us to see, here we are, where do we want to be, and this is how we're going to get there.
Kind of the starting place, obviously, was identifying the core values we wanted our students to have at Beloit Junior Senior High School. And to identify those, we took into account, our teachers, our staff. I mean, not just the 4 of us or the administrative team, but also teachers, custodians, the lunchroom. I mean, people that students are comfortable going to as well. We have a lot of students that identify with our secretaries in the office and stuff like that. And so we all sat down at the start of a school year 4 years ago, my first year, and came up with the acronym PRIDE. And you see it there. And we want our students to be positive. We want them to be responsible and accountable. And we want them to display integrity, which is kind of the one that we really hang our hat on in junior high, starting to teach that. We want them to be determined. And as Casey mentioned earlier, we really strive for excellence in many different fields, not just athletically, again, or academically, but across the board. And so that was kind of the shift. And when we talk about pride, that's a lot of schools have maybe a homeroom or a study hall at the end of the day, and we changed ours to pride time. And it's not just teachers now, but it's advisors that our students stay with through their senior year and kind of help them navigate, like Brennan mentioned, the plans of study. That's where we do our character education each week. And so that was the beginning, again, of the central piece of what we were looking for.
Okay, as Brennan talked about,
You need to move to the microphone because
oh, excuse me. As Brennan talked about, we were definitely striving for excellence when we all came together and decided that we wanted to be the best junior senior high in Kansas. The 11 principals, thanks to Sue and Kent for their leadership in this, was the perfect framework for us. It did provide us with a clear vision. It allowed us to reflect on what we had been doing, what we want to do, and how we needed to get there. It gave us the roadmap for where we needed to go, and it was our compass. And it did take us literally, as Nemaha Central, but it took us 4 years. I mean, we applied every year. Every year we reflected. Every year we made changes. I remember Brennan and I sitting down in the conference room one day and thinking, we need to bring the community in. We need more businesses in. How can we do that? Who can we bring in to do that for us? And so it was a very intentional and reflective process that took many years to get to where we're at. And I don't think we're done yet. Like, we're talking on the way up. What are we going to do next? So we're in an exciting place of growth with Gemini and where we can end up going.
So the character education aspect of it, because we really were changing multiple things. The very first thing we did, and this, I believe, was 5 years ago, we sent 2 teachers to a training in Salina over the Medal of Honor, and they came back with a ton of curriculum. And we said, all right, we're going to start here, and we started throwing in character ed lessons on Friday afternoons. And it was the first step. Like, okay, we'll see how this works, because we'd never done it before. I don't want to say it was a free-for-all, but it was a little loose. And so it's the end of the day. It's our pride time now, the final 28 minutes. And so we started that, and we said, hey, this works well. And then we went to Jostens program, the Renaissance, also free. As everything, it's budgetary, and so it's like, hey, we want to add all this new stuff, and so we research and we find the good stuff that's also in our price range. And so after we found those 2, we said, okay, we now have advisors, so we continue to build, and as an advisor, your 11 to 14 kids better than anybody else. You come up with character lessons. So we had our advisors come up with lessons from YouTube, and then they wrote the lessons and said, okay, this is what we're going to do, and we shared them as a staff. And so just with the shared folder, we would say, okay, this is the lesson we're all doing in our Pride Times this week. One of the great honors for me, not only as a parent, but also as an individual, Roger Donlin came up last year and presented. We brought our children up, and I have pictures with my son with a Medal of Honor recipient, and there's not very many left. And so it was fantastic, but he talked to us and they trained us all day long before the school year last year. And as you can see, we went promising practice in 15, and then we were an emerging school in 16, and we were really determined and bound that in 17 we were going to be a national school, or at least a state school. And so when we went back, it was a huge reflection, and it was, okay, what are we not doing? Where are we missing the boat? And it wasn't that we weren't doing a lot. It was sometimes purposeful actions. And so we have Saturday school, and we now have character education in Saturday school, because if you're in Saturday school, there's obviously you're missing something. So we now have character education as the first 30 minutes of that is, okay, we're going to work on the skills that we might be missing. We brought it into our athletic program, and we brought in a speaker to talk to our coaches. And so there were different areas that we kind of said, okay, like we're doing some good stuff, but we're not completely all the way around. And so we started incorporating more and more, and it fell into line this year. And so we were the only high school that was a state school of character, and then we were also a national school of character.
Okay, so the changes that have taken place over the last 4 years, and this is our action plan that came into action. A huge, strong academic focus. Not that it wasn't there before, but a more intentional academic focus where our students are required to check their grades weekly, write them down, not just view them on their Chromebooks, and take them to their advisor. Go check in with teachers if they have a D or an F. So a much more intentional academic focus. A systemic character education integration across the board. It is not just on Fridays anymore. It's across the board. Every classroom, every advisory period throughout the day, in the athletic arenas as well. Individual plans of study, we're in our 3rd year of those. We incorporate character education into those every opportunity we get. We're a Boys Town school, if you're familiar with that. Very positive behavior intervention system. We have a positive school climate and morale and a culture that has shifted, dramatically shifted, with our integration of character education. Our attendance has improved dramatically. Behavior referrals have lessened. We have a strong focus on our employability skills, and we are a Gemini district, which we're very proud of.
Brendan alluded to it there. Again, the shift in kind of the building morale and improving a culture. Being in a neighboring district to Beloit, I'm not going to say it had a reputation, but it did, and mostly positive, but there was definitely things that came out of Beloit that made you scratch your head. And it's been a huge change just since I've been there. And a lot of it has to do with our 2 counselors. Again, kind of striving and pushing us that direction. But a couple things that I pick out on this slide when I was looking at it, not that they're in order of importance by any means, because I look at relationships first and foremost, and we talked about our relationships as a staff first, and kind of as an administrative team and as a teacher group, and how important those are, and then down into, again, your advisors and the kids that they have each day, and are going to have each day for 4 years, and 2 years in junior high, and then 4 years in high school, and how important those relationships are in getting to accomplish what we want to get accomplished. 100% of students involved in activities is something that Casey and I have pushed very much, and some people look at that and go, well, that's impossible, but it's not. Surprisingly, a low number of kids really weren't involved in something 4 years ago, and we challenged them and said, make something up. Come up with your own club. Find something you're interested in, and other kids will come to it. And I mean, simple things like a chess club, a gamers club, which obviously nowadays is a big deal to some kids, but we legitimately have 100% kids of ours involved in an activity, which makes them and helps them buy into school more and want to be there and be excited to be there. And that goes along with, you know, having fun together. The team approach versus us versus them approach is something we've tried to knock down that wall. And so, again, just a huge shift, again, just in the 4 years I've been there, and these 3 can speak more to that as far as beyond that, but a huge shift that's really a product of all of the staff at the high school.
All right. From those things we did, and Kyle talked about several of them, about seeing our results. From D's to F's to grades coming up, looking at low morale to strong morale, and that's not just with students. We have a high, we focus a lot on teacher morale, doing attitude parties and doing treats in the lounge and activities for us outside. We do getaways a lot where we take a bus and leave school. So not only taking care of our kids, but we really find it important to take care of our staff. And you can see a huge difference there. And I would say in the last 2 years, from becoming administration-centered to student-centered, I mean, we're currently, the kids wanted a coffee shop, so we're putting in a coffee shop. The students want different things at lunch. Casey and Kyle grill once a month at lunch in the snow, in the rain. So, you know, we're starting to see little things that start snowballing into new activities and bigger things that are just change the climate of our building.
And this is easy for me because now I get to ad lib and just look at pictures and stuff. One thing that we talk about is you see all these character posters and it's you're candid and it's, hey, this is status quo, this is from students that we don't know. And while those are great and they're feel good, like we wanted our kids on them. And so we take pictures from yearbook and we create posters. And so this is our kids, and every year we kind of leave the old ones up, but we bring in a new crop, and sometimes parents will come by and like, hey, my kid graduated, can I get that poster? It's like, and give, I mean, it's a big deal, but like our kids seeing themselves on these posters displaying the characteristics that we're looking for, that's easy, that's perfect, and they say, wow, that's what I want to be. And we're purposeful on the students that we pick. Sometimes there are kids that they need a boost, and so when they're having a down day, and they might have more down days than off, and they walk away and say, I'm on that poster right there, and it's showing me doing something good. And I would say, from an administrator's perspective, when we have ball games and stuff, more principals come to talk to me about these posters than anything. They say, where did you get those at? I'd like to say, like, I made them, but like we got them from the yearbook, and we came up and we tell the teachers, if you have a picture that demonstrates some trait, like picture's worth 1,000 words, we don't want to, we don't want to write it on there. And so they just email them to me throughout the year, and then we kind of put them together and get them done. Kyle talked about creating our school and letting the students run it. I often laugh because a lot of times adults think they run the school, but it's 450 versus 80. So they run the school. They haven't figured out the odds yet, and we'll try to keep them in the dark a little bit. But I tell them that. Yeah. Hopefully they're in class. Yeah. So I tell them that a lot. Is like, you guys pick. And so we have a student advisory team, and one of the first things we did, we sent kids that were involved in activities, and we had the all school assembly, and then we said, okay, if you're in band, go to band. If you're in ag, go to ag. And so we funneled them out until there were 21 kids left. And I said, you guys are the student advisory team. This is what we did a couple years ago. And it's like, obviously you're missing out on something, so we're going to come up with something. And so that's where we come up with chess club, and we have a cooking club now, and they provide food for bake sales, and they love it, and it's a big deal, and it gets them to school, and they have a purpose, and they say, you know, I was in FACS, but this is a little offshoot, so it's a little bit different. But they have taken ownership, and the next pictures kind of tell everything. Like, our students have wanted a patio for a decade, probably 15 years, forever. They wanted somewhere to go, and it's like, well, we have this little area right off the art room, and so student council created it. We had an old wall there, we knocked it down, we poured concrete.
Tell him a story really fast.
No.
We asked him one day if we could tear down the wall, and the next day it was torn down.
I'm pretty good at the destruction part, not so much at the build back part, but so I was like, well, it's down, I don't know what now. But don't look too close to the concrete, because I helped pour that too, and I'm not a mason by any means. But so we build this patio area, and it has a flower garden. The kids take care of it, and that our student council does. We write grants for the patio furniture, which is way more expensive than you might think. Picnic tables are ridiculously high, and luckily we have Dane Hansen in the area that we can write grants to it. And they said, well, this is going to be an outdoor classroom. It's used all day long. Probably not today, but our science class goes out there all the time. Our math classes go out. Our kids love it. They eat lunch out there regularly, and we give them as much rope as they will take. I mean, we let them choose. They were out there one day and they said, our building is ugly. It was yellow or pink, I'm not for sure. It was not a pretty color. I can't remember which one it was, but it was like, what do you want? Like, we need to paint it. And so we paint the building, and the changes that they have brought about because of not only student advisory team, but they feel empowered, and they will just say, I think I want this. I want to try this. So we talked about the coffee shop, but if you come to our library, we've redesigned it also. And so we've incorporated not only Gemini in our redesigned program, but also what do students want and why, what's going to be beneficial. And our library has changed so much. We have kids in our library nonstop, and what a better place to be. So instead of hiding out in the locker room, they're now in the library with each other. And so they really, I hope they feel empowered, because we let them go pretty much as far as they want to go. And I will let.
Well, I think when Brennan and I, when Kent talked to us about presenting to you, thought, gosh, how do we describe and how do we have you see what happens in our building every day? And what's better than from our own kids?
And so this idea was taken to a class of ours, and the students took off with it, and our principals have not seen it yet. We wanted it to be a surprise.
Answering the question, how would you describe Beloit Junior Senior High in just one word, is not an easy task. How can you choose just one word to describe something that truly means almost everything to us? Of course, the word varies depending on which one of us you ask, but the theme remains the same. Beloit Junior Senior High is a family. We are a large group of individuals, all under one roof, all working for the same goal, trying to be better students, teachers, athletes, musicians, artists, leaders, friends, and overall characters. Our school community is unique, and our family has something special. Pride, support, encouragement, and acceptance are qualities that are discussed openly, modeled often, and are an overall school expectation. As with all families, we are made up of many different types of interests, abilities, desires, and ambitions. Our future outlooks are different, along with the roads we choose to travel. However, the foundation of our beginning is the same, with the basics of support, respect, positivity, and understanding. It needs to be understood that our sense of family doesn't just come easy. Its occurrence is not accidental. These values are presented, taught, discussed, and practiced, just like all of our other classes. We learn from the best. A school staff that works very hard to make sure each and every one of us feel included in our Trojan family. These same staff members go out of their way each and every day to create a fun-loving environment to make us feel at home. They cook for us, they laugh with us, they challenge us, and most importantly, they love us. Now, one may see this video and say, there's no way this place is all sunshine and rainbows. And yes, you are correct. There are occurrences when not everyone sees things eye to eye, but hey, what family doesn't have differences, opinions, frustrations, and poor decisions? It's a known unconditional support that each student feels that even in the rough patches, the ultimate goal remains the same. In recent years, there's been a push for school population to look outside the walls of BHS and recognize a community of people also united in our school's goals and ambitions. We all have been exposed to businesses, parents, churches, and city leaders all wanting to be a part of our large family and helping us achieve our individual goals. Likewise, we have been challenged with the expectation of a Trojan tradition of finding ways to connect and give back to these same special people of our local community.
I love coming to Beloit Junior Senior High School every day because I feel inspired. I love being involved.
The hardworking atmosphere is encouraging.
And that is why we are the best.
In closing, choosing just one word to describe a large group of people that work together, have fun together, pray together, compete together, learn together, and achieve together is not an easy task. But as you can see, we are a lucky group of students who have an amazing opportunity to be welcomed into the doors of Beloit Junior Senior High. Thank you, Beloit Junior Senior High students and staff, for being my family.
Thank you.
You guys have any questions? Dina?
Thank you. Well, I really don't have questions. I just want to congratulate both of you for a wonderful job well done. And that is Nemaha Central as well as Beloit. Both of them are in District 6, yes?
What district is that, Dina?
6.
We thought you might mention that.
And I'll share Beloit with Sally because she did have them before I did. But anyway, both schools are excellent, and you were treated to the reasons why today. So thank you very much for all of your creative ideas, and we hope there will be a lot of folks who are watching today who'll think that they need to jump on this bandwagon too. So thank you very much again for all that you've done for the kids, not only in your district, but hopefully for all the kids in Kansas as well.
Thank you.
Again, we congratulate you. Thank you so much for what you do. This is extremely exciting. I wish everybody could do this, but you're truly leaders. It's the kind of place I'd like for my children or grandchildren to go. Thank you very much. We appreciate it. And now Kent's gonna, we are after Kent gets through bullying us.
Okay, we would like them to stay, and I'll only take a few minutes to get through my end of the deal. But again, 2 examples of why we lead the world in social emotional character development. Okay. This is Anti-Bullying Awareness Week, and traditionally you've asked me to provide some information. We really wanted to spend most of our focus on the 2 award winners. Again, this week we're currently in is Anti-Bullying Awareness Week. That was set by the State Senate in cooperation with the State Board by a joint resolution. This year's theme was Choose Respect, and I think it's very timely. I want to give kudos to our communications folks who developed the logo and also are handling the social media end of it. I don't do that so well myself, but fortunately they do a great job and we appreciate it. Just a quick reminder of some of the activities that will be probably forwarded to me during the week. You can see the schools across the state have a lot of neat varying activities. And typically, this is a moment where I would share with you our data discipline on reported bullying incidents. But the good news is that we've upgraded that application. It used to be Candace, now it's KISS. But it's taken us some time to kind of work through that. So that's something that we can look forward to perhaps at a future board meeting, as well as just this past week, the Centers for Disease Control released the Youth Risk Behavior Survey, and Dr. Mark Thompson has that, and what we'd like to do is combine those 2 in some kind of future presentation. Multiple measures is what we preach, and I do have a couple of data sets. We sent this out, I think Peggy sent it out in the board notes, and it's a Wallet Hub study that's got a lot of run in the media 2 weeks ago. What it was a study, 47 states responded and submitted data. The methodology they included 20 indicators, and I'm not familiar with any study of bullying, including Alveus, that has that many indicators, such as they looked at policy, they looked at discipline data, they looked at the student counselor ratio, came up with 20 indicators, and in that link that we sent you, there's a description of those indicators. We ranked 7th least likely to be bullied here in the state of Kansas. So it's a safe place. And we led the nation. Another thing that we lead the nation in terms of the fewest physical fights. Now, do we have them? Yes. Yes, we do. But because of the efforts of folks like this and across the state and your efforts, we lead the nation in the fewest number of physical fights. One of the really good data cohorts that we have is the Communities That Care survey. And I'll read through this very quickly. I want to make sure I have the right ones. Okay. CTC is administered across the state. There was a time when we had a lot of schools participating, and then with the student privacy issues, that number fell off. Now it's on the rise again, okay? 75% of all the districts in Kansas participate in the Communities of Care Survey. Relative to bullying, students told us that they see bullying regularly, 13.4%. They are being bullied regularly, 5.9% of the students that responded, and that they are being bullied through cyber means, electronically, 3.5%. 35% of the students that they would intervene to stop bullying if they saw it happening at school, and that's really what character development is. It's developing pro-social behaviors. 40% of students report that when adults at school see bullying, they stop and solve the problem. And on the heels of the work that you did last month with Carrie and Myron relative to school mental health, this was released since then, and I thought I'd share that with you and support the work that we're doing with mental health. This is from the Communities of Care Survey, and it's a block of questions. CCC calls it the depression scale, okay? 2018, Kansas student reported suicide thoughts, plans, and attempts. All right? 17.9% have told us that they had thoughts of suicide. 10.3% said that they have made a plan. 4.1% said that they actually made an attempt. Okay? And then 0.61% made an attempt without a plan. So you can see that youth suicide is still very much a part of the discussion, and we appreciate the work that the board, SETS team, and particularly Ms. Bush, Kathy Bush, in terms of addressing school mental health, and I guarantee you, school counselors are behind you 110%. Okay, any questions?
How do we get to be number one?
Number one in
least likely to be bullied.
I think we continue to do the things that these schools have exampled, and we continue to keep it high on the chart. Okay, let's raise the bar. I loved what Beloit said. I was never one for mediocrity, and maybe it's because I coached for 25 years, but when administrators tell me, well, we're at least state average. Oh yeah? Do you want that for your kid? Nobody in this room wants the average for their kid. And if we continue to have that attitude, then we're going to get there.
Thank you. Janet.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, thank you all. This is wonderful. This is exciting, and this social emotional thing is just, I'm just so pleased with it. I really am. I think you developed a wonderful product, and it's do nothing but benefit our kids. But the one thing you brought up that I am very concerned about is this suicide thing. And do you have, I found it interesting that the superintendents in Johnson County formed a group to look at suicide because apparently it had increased in that area. Are we finding areas where it increases more or less? I mean, is there any data on that, because that's very, very concerning, because suicide is, there's no removing that, no changing that.
And Johnson County has suffered tremendously, but now we're seeing it across the state. Now, it only works for the service centers, and the service centers have brought together some schools, as they do on other topics relative to this. And of course, our SETS team is working with school mental health, and TASN is working on school mental health. So there are a lot of different projects, Ms. Wall, across the state. And also the commissioner and Myron and I have been attending the governor's task force on youth suicide as well. So I think in the near future, we're going to see even more collaboration. But Johnson County right now, I think, is a model example of what we need to do collectively across the state.
Yeah, I would agree. And I know our mental health committee, I know, is looking at all this, but, I'm glad to hear we're not as bad as the rest of the nation, but whatever we got's too much. So I want to correct all of it. One's too many, absolutely. Thank you so much for everything you all do, and I appreciate it.
Thank you, Janet.
Thank you.
Sally.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You guys, you were just awesome. You make us proud, like we did it ourselves, and you did all the work. But we have the pride for you.
Yeah, we'll just take credit.
Kent, on some of your slides, there's one I really wanted to get a picture of, and go back. Go back. That one. Just leave it up there a minute. Go back. No, the next one.
Next one, this one?
No, you went too far. One more.
One.
Okay.
Wallet hub stuff?
Okay, I want to get a picture of that. But on the other ones, are we up or down, or has this study never happened before?
Well, this is a unique study in that they use
Okay.
20 indicators. What we have presented to you are the number of incidents that are reported through our CANDIS application. And we upgraded that to a new application, and we're still working those numbers. So we will report that at a future board meeting. Okay.
Now, don't do that. Don't take away that. I want to get a picture of this, because that's the only way I can remember it.
Somebody need to.
Could you send the data to us?
No,
Pardon me?
I made it big, so it was the only thing.
I can send you the link to the story, to the, oh, it's in their packet?
Oh, it's in our packets? Okay, I didn't see it.
Okay.
Oh, thank you. It's in our packet.
What's in our packet? Oh, this? I haven't looked at my packet thoroughly.
Because we have been infused in character development, we're not going to comment on what Sally did.
Hey, we have pride in them.
Thank you very much. We'd like to have pictures of the groups and we'll let Dina in the picture. Because as she pointed out, that is group. And then we'll take as short a break as possible. And then when we get a quorum, we'll come.
Sally, did you get it?
I got it, thank you. Sir? Oh.
Model standards for health. Brandon.
Good afternoon. How's everybody doing today? Chairman Porter, rest of the board, Dr. Watson, Commissioner Watson. I am just here to go over what we talked about last month when it comes to the Kansas. Are we doing the health first or physical education?
It says right, Peggy, I have to do what Peggy tells me.
Okay, Peggy
It
says we do.
health.
Yeah, she helped me through this. So model health standards, last month, we brought them up, we reviewed them. We took all the feedback we got from you and took that into consideration, and we are just here to get your guys' approval for making them official.
Questions or a motion? Sally. Sally moved that the Kansas State Board of Education approve the Kansas Model Standards for Health as recommended by the Kansas Health Model Standards Review Team. Is there a second? Jim McNeese seconds the motion. Is there discussion? If not, all in favor, raise your hand. All opposed? Motion carries 8-1. And where are we next? Did I skip PE?
But I would move that we,
Sally moves that the Kansas State Board of Education approve the Kansas Model Standards for Physical Education as recommended by the Kansas Physical Education Model Standards Review Team. That was, motion was made by Sally and seconded by Jim. I must have just skipped that. So I was wrong. We didn't do what Peggy said.
We still got it done.
Discussion, all in favor, please raise your hand. All opposed? 8-1, motion carries. Thank you, sir.
Thank you,
We
guys.
appreciate your efficiency there.
Yep, have a great day.
And now, update on teacher vacancy and supply professional standards board and highlights of licensed personnel report. Michelle and
Yeah, I need my partner, Susan. She's Susan, where are you? Yeah. No doubt.
okay.
Sorry, you went
So
through those
Michelle,
models.
because we know that the board is keenly interested in what you and Susan are going to present. But at 3:05, we've got to do PPC, so there may be a
That's okay.
intermission.
Yeah, we can take an intermission if we need to. I have this first set of slides, so if you all don't mind, I'd like to go ahead and get started. She'll come in any minute, I know it. Do what?
I don't think those are yours.
That's not your, that's, okay, hang on. Did you do one that said October presentation as well?
Probably.
Is it still October?
Okay, here we go. Wait, here we got it. That look better? There we go. All right, thank you. All right. Good afternoon. Chairman Porter, members of the board, Dr. Watson, I appreciate your time this afternoon. Told you she would be coming along any second. So Susan and I, she has the handouts for you as well. And we are excited to be here today to report the LPR data to you, the licensed personnel report as submitted by school districts. But we're going to do it in a little bit different fashion, something that you may not be used to. Our intent was today was to tie the information from the Teacher Vacancy and Supply Committee, Professional Standards Board, and various vacancy and selected information from the LPR report as submitted by the districts to you. We are not going to give you the 367 slides, but I think you'll enjoy this view of vacancy and supply in the state of Kansas, approaching it as a more holistic, trying again, as I said, to connect the work that you all have done through the beginning of the Blue Ribbon Task Force, teacher vacancy and supply, down to the classrooms in Kansas. So our presentation is created to do just that, tie some things together for you all. We do have the raw data and we can share that with you at a later time, but for now, let us just give you kind of that 10,000 foot view. And it looks a little different this year, I'm going to tell you, because we've asked the districts to streamline their reporting, and we're still working with them on that. One of my biggest issues when I go out in to talk to superintendents or into districts is telling them, it's okay, please be honest. If you have a vacancy, you have a vacancy. Report that vacancy for us so that we can get that good, honest data, so that we can inform the folks who are interested in this and be very articulate and accurate. And I think there are still a few who are a little leery to report that way because they're worried there might be some ramification. I have calls from superintendents that say, man, what's going to happen to me if I don't get a person in this position? Well, actually nothing's going to happen, except that I need to know that so that we can address those issues. So the first priorities of the Teacher Vacancy and Supply Committee, you all were involved in that multi-year licensing, 2 years of mentoring. We have created pilot programs, the elementary alternative. We're discussing student teaching options. We're looking at comprehensive science, and special education was added by the Teacher Vacancy and Supply Committee because we have shortages in that area as well. Again, the results that you all have approved, those mentor guidelines, 2 years of mentoring that were effective July 1st, 2017, your elementary pilot and the special ed high incidence pilot. And let me give you just a little bit of reminder about those. The elementary pilot, we're calling that a limited apprentice license. Those are candidates with a degree, for example, a candidate in HR or some other field outside education. That candidate is identified by the district. They would then enroll in an approved elementary program. They complete their first semester. That first semester includes field experience, and they're coupling that with coursework as well. So when I show you the numbers, that I think will make more sense to you. They are issued a limited apprentice license. Mentor programming is required, and it takes 2 years to complete the program. In the high incidence special ed pilot, again, a limited apprentice license. These are candidates with a degree. Oftentimes it is a paraprofessional who's been serving in a special education classroom, again, identified by the district, might have a year or several years of experience as a paraprofessional. We ask that they at least have a year. They too enroll in an approved high incidence program. They complete their first semester of 6 to 9 credit hours. Their license is issued, mentoring is required, and again, 2 years to complete. Here's the first exciting slide in my mind. So for the limited apprentice license in special ed, we've issued 69 of those right now. 27 additional candidates are in process. They did not start their coursework until this semester, okay? So a total of 96 pending for the 18-19 school year. That's high incidence special ed. In elementary education, only 2 issued right now because they needed to do their field experience and there was no field in the summer to do that in, no classrooms running in the summertime. So they have 21 who are in process right now getting that field experience. So you could have a total of 23 potential limited apprentice license in elementary education.
By the second semester.
By the second semester, correct. All right. Professional Standards Board, their emphasis continues to be on recruitment and retention. Want to take just a moment to remind you that November 19th in Manhattan is when we are hosting the second annual Retention Summit and conversation about supply of educators in Kansas, our attempt to market and continue to promote the profession, and also reviewing the pilot of personalized learning through micro-credentialing. And I can stop there and let you ask questions about that, or we'll go ahead and let Susan do her portion, and then you can ask questions in the end. Would that be your preference?
Let's move on.
Okay. 305, they have other.
Okay, I'll talk fast. Okay, what does the vacancy collection, that data show? First of all, I want to remind you, this will be the first time that we have a full year where we had last year's fall collection, and now we take a look at what happened to those vacancies because the district submitted a spring report. And then we also have this fall's data. That vacancy collection just closed last week. So just a reminder, a vacancy means any position that they did not fill or one that was filled, but there wasn't an appropriate license. So ESUB, a substitute, an expired license, licensed unqualified. So you have a math teacher, but you put them in an English assignment. So what is not a vacancy would be those filled by the limited apprentice license holders, restricted license holders. Those on waivers are not considered a vacancy. Those are all people working on an appropriate program. So what does the data show? And let me walk you through this. I think the first thing to look at is the very bottom line. And that shows you the total vacancies fall of 2017, 513. And then in the spring, what happened? 158 of those vacancies were filled, but 355 remained open. And then compare that to the total number, all reported vacancies this fall, 612. Then if we go back up, what we've decided to show you are the top 5 vacancies. So you can see on the left, special education, elementary, English language arts, math, and science. Then if you skip over to assignment vacancy top 5 for fall, you see those same subject areas. Science and math flip-flopped a little bit, but the numbers were really close. Okay, and then we already talked about them coming back in. One thing to note, we did combine English language arts, math, and science, middle and high school. Okay, so we refined the data a little bit. We reran the raw data from last year. Okay, so those are combined middle and secondary. Okay, taking a look at the vacancy reasons. And again, we refined this somewhat, but you can compare side by side, no applicant, not fully qualified, budget reasons. So there they are side by side.
What does personnel mean?
Personnel would be something like if an educator became ill suddenly, they were in a car wreck, they had to be out, so it created a vacancy. Those personnel issues such as that. Technically, it probably were if you broke a contract and left suddenly. And again, we'll continue to look at those reasons and see if they make sense or if we need to collect different reasons. Then I thought it would be interesting to show, and again, these are just those top 5, and that's from this fall. And we took each of those areas and broke it out by just the total number for each of your board districts. So you can see what that looks like. Yes, that's probably the most outstanding if you look across elementary and you see that, you know, of the 100 and some, 51 of them were in Sally's district.
Sally won again.
I just want to say it could have been worse if we wouldn't have taken some other actions.
Yeah, because remember, some of those elementary positions were filled by the limited apprentice and even a larger number of the special ed positions. Okay, are there questions about the vacancy data?
Yeah, let's go ahead. Are there questions? Yeah, Ann. Go ahead, Ann.
I didn't know I would have waved. Anyway, I know we're looking at all the things they recommended for the state board to take action, because there was action items recommended for legislature, us, local boards, and we're working on ours. And I know the legislature put some money in so we could raise salaries. That was a big one. But is anybody following up to see if the local boards are actually reading the recommendations that were suggested for them? Because when I bring that up, when I go visit boards and we talk about teacher vacancies, I go, you know, you guys can do some things too. And they all seem to be like, what? There were recommendations for us, like they're not even aware that there are things they could be doing.
I think that will naturally come back up. We have a Zoom TVSC meeting Thursday, I believe, and what they're going to look at is those original 65 recommendations and go back to those and say we've looked at those priority items and now let's get on track and look at those others. And I'm sure that it will come up with, how do we get the districts involved again?
I think you might see some of the local board action as well in the salary information. So their salaries did go up over the course of this last year, and we know that was a gigantic conversation every time we started to talk about this. So that average is up a little, so that could be attributed to local board action as well.
Well, it could be, but there were a lot of other things like helping new teachers find housing. That's a big issue.
Right.
And growing your own.
Yep.
Do you have a teaching pathway in your high school? There's probably more they could do than we can do. So we just need to get that out there, I think, more than we're doing.
Okay, moving on, let's talk a little bit about what does the LPR licensure data from 2017-18. Instead of giving you massive numbers tables, we looked at one area is entrance and exit data. And what really did that tell us? It said last year, 88% of the educators remained in the same district. So that's a pretty stable population that are staying in those same districts. There was some movement. 5% of them changed districts. And then I looked at who's hiring new grads just out of school. So 4.27% of our educators were new from college. And this one I think is important. We're still importing more out-of-state educators than are exiting to go out of state. And then the other one that was interesting from another field, changing careers, career changers, that did jump slightly, but that's still just 1% of our whole educator population that's employed currently. So these are some of the areas to think about when we think about vacancy and supply.
Okay, Kathy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to reemphasize this importing thing. If you look at that, that's more than double the ones coming from out of state than are leaving to go. I think a lot of people have a misperception that we're losing more teachers than we're gaining. And that is more than double that are coming in.
Correct.
That's important data, I think, for everybody to understand. So I'm really glad you included that.
Okay.
Sally, I have you twice.
Susan, I was going to make a comment on that too, because I wondered if the raising of the salary on our border states, if that brought more teachers in. And I really liked the breakout on that last slide by districts. I think this is another one. Is that too difficult to do? Because I'd like to see too if our new educators are staying in the eastern part of the state or whether they're coming west. And so I'd kind of interested in seeing it in that other form also.
Okay.
And I don't have anything to compare it to. Is this higher or lower than last year?
It's fairly steady. We can get the raw data to you. One thing, we are trying to look at this data a little bit differently and look at it more in terms of this is more relevant instead of like, here's a chart of exit reasons, here's a chart of entrance.
Yeah.
But we are trying to refine it to say, what is it that we really need to know? And we have taken some steps. We're still working on that, as Michelle said. And one of the things we were looking at is, where are they coming from and where are they going to within the state?
Well,
By board
and
district.
So I think this does, because
Okay.
then it tells me what we need to work on out there.
Okay. This is some selected demographic data, again, most related to things you might want to think about, and what effect does this have on teacher vacancy and supply. So this is, again, it's just the raw data, but our largest group of educators are those that are in their second through their fifth years of teaching right now. So that's surprising, perhaps. I think that's an indication of how important retention is and measures that we've taken to help retain teachers. You can see the average age of teachers is 43.6, and of all educators, that's a really close. And then that's average salary for the first year teacher, and then average salary for all teachers, all years of experience.
Is that base salary or does that include?
I asked the programmer that, he told me that's base.
Okay, thank you.
And is that a median or is that a arithmetic average?
It's the mean, the average. Slightly up. Okay, some other data as we looked at it. And I think, again, this is directly related to supply and demand. The number of waivers, there's been a steady increase over time. We were right around 700 waivers for last school year, and the majority of those are for special ed. We also saw an increase in the extension on the number of days under an emergency sub. That was right around 70 last year. So that could be a result of people not being afraid to report or saying, I do have this emergency sub in here and I'm at least gonna request permission to use them beyond the number of days. So those are figures. And then I think it's also important to look at our alternative route that's been in place again since about 2002. And you can see how those numbers have incrementally increased by quite a bit over the last 5 years. So that is, we're beginning to show that that is a growing option for districts. Remember, the restricted is someone who has a degree in the subject that they want to teach, and they can be employed as a teacher while they go back and pick up the professional ed. They have 2 years to do that. Okay, then this is retention data for the third year of teaching. So this is a 10-year retention rate for those teachers in their third year. So 2009, that would be the 2008-09 school year, the teachers that was their third year of employment of teaching. You can see it goes up and then it goes down, it's kind of leveled off. I think one important thing to notice is, or to note was that in 2008, that was when mentoring was required for the first time in order to move from the initial to the professional. And then in about 15, 16, that would be when we had guidelines and districts had to send in their approved program. And then, interestingly enough, we started to level off in July 1 of 2017. Then we implemented the 2-year mentoring and the new guidelines that the TVSC has implemented. So it'd be interesting to track that to see if it goes back up.
So this is the number of retention beginning with third-year teachers.
Mm-hmm.
So it's really a 7-year, and how many, we kept that 7 years?
It was the 2009 group, that figure right there, those were teachers in their third year. That was the third year retention rate for that cohort.
Okay, yeah, I got it.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Okay, and then looking very briefly at licensure, you know, our numbers of licenses we issue is stable. There's fluctuation somewhat in each category of license, but it's fairly stable. So I thought it was most important to look at the Kansas graduates. These would be the numbers of licenses, the first license, that initial license we issued to brand new Kansas graduates, the top line. And then the out of state, that would be the first Kansas license, the numbers that we issued first Kansas license to from out of state. And those are a variety of licenses. They could come in at the professional level, the initial level, a one-year non-renewable, and so forth. But you can see the trend there. And just tracking some of the newer licenses, you know, we tended to create some new options based on occupational experience. The CTE specialized in particular has slow growth, but you can see that we still really only have 49 valid CTE specialized. That was implemented in 2014. And I'm through the data, so I'm turning it back over to Michelle.
Again, the intention was to give you some idea of how everyone in the state of Kansas is working toward the vacancy and supply issues. And this is the response from our higher ed institutions. They have partnered with us on innovative and experimental programs. For example, Wichita State's Limited Teacher Apprentice Program, 43 issued, 6 in process. That means they are eligible to be hired in elementary K-6 or special ed birth through 3rd grade positions. They have a paraprofessional to teacher program, and then they also have K-State is one that has an accelerated traditional program. The continuing work of the TVSC, we really want to look at that field experience sequencing and try to bring in some folks to talk about student teaching. How is it most effective? How can we change it to an entire field experience sequence instead of just a one-shot student teaching experience, maybe some year-long apprenticeship or intern type ideas. That's just a beginning conversation. We have nothing, nowhere to make any final decisions there, but just want to gather some information around that field experience sequencing. Continue the conversation on how we can help in special ed, science continuing conversation, and to, as Susan mentioned, get back to those 65 recommendations from the Blue Ribbon Task Force, refine our data collection, ideas on retention, recruitment, and communicating, just as you mentioned, the idea of making sure districts realize what their responsibility is in this as well. And with that, what are we at? 3:02.
Yeah, Ann.
One of the other things I was thinking of was like, and KU may still have it, they had You Can Teach, where they approached engineering students to say, you know, before you get out of here, why don't you take a few extra hours and get a teaching license along with everything else you're doing, just in case, you know, it'd be a backup thing. Are they still doing that, and is any other university doing that?
I think as far as I know, because, yeah, they're encouraging them to explore and encourage as many of them can to come out with a dual degree, an actual degree in math as well as an education.
Okay, because that wasn't on the higher ed list of things they were working on, and if not, I think we ought to, I mean, math majors, you know, go ahead and get your license while you're here. So, thank you.
Steve.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. No questions, just an observation. I got to be a pretty good math teacher before I got my master's degree in education, and I had 5 two-year initial licenses from the department. Could have had a 6th. This year in June, my license expired. For political reasons, I decided not to fill out a Form 20 and get a 6th initial 2-year license. My observation is this: the reason that I don't have a license is because what we recognize more than anything else are people who pay into the system for capers and retirement. That's what we recognize. And I know it's a big task to take it on, but I just want to mention it. I just want people to start thinking about it, that what we look at more than anything else for who's qualified to be in the classroom is who's paying into the system for retirement, which I haven't paid into. I think that's why I don't have a license. Thank you.
Thank you.
And Nick, or we need to set up for Linda? Okay, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
We're ready. His leadership.
No doubt. That's good, I appreciate that.
Trying to get me to dinner. If you decide. No, whatever you tell me. Hello, Linda.
Hello, how are you?
Well, right here, the sun is shining, 80 degrees, the sun is shining, beautiful, beautiful day in Topeka.
Sun's shining here.
Okay, how are we doing now? Still good?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes. We are on 15A. What can you tell us about 15A?
I'm happy to tell you, it is the recommendation of the Professional Practices Commission that the license granted to Michael Slayton. Not only the license that he's requesting, but any future license for which he may apply and be qualified to receive.
Okay, is there a motion? Dina moved that the Kansas State Board of Education grant the license requested by Michael Staten and any other licenses for which he may apply and be qualified to receive. Is there a second? Kathy seconds. Discussion? All in favor, raise your hand. All opposed, motion carries 9-0. Let's look at B. Looks like you have several here.
Okay, for 15B, it's the recommendation of the Professional Practices Commission that the Kansas State Board of Education revoke the licenses of Jordan Otley, Kyle Miller, Michael Naki, and Timothy Weiss.
Jim?
Make the motion.
Jim moves that the State Board of Education revoke the license of Jordan Otley, Kyle Miller, Michael Naki, is that it? And Timothy Weiss. Is there a second to that motion? Steve Roberts seconds that motion.
Can I ask a question?
Do what? Go ahead, Dina.
When you're looking at one of the individuals that was on probation,
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the question.
number 4.
Okay.
He's on probation. And there's no indication whether he could, after probation, come back with a request to be reinstated, or which, when I read the order, it appeared as if he wasn't involved, was just simply accused and maybe chose not to make a big deal out of it. In a small community. So I'm just wondering.
What's their procedure?
And I also know he didn't come forward, which he should have, but anyway, I'm just wondering if at one point he could also come back after his probation is over and ask for reinstatement of his license.
I can respond to that. I'm not sure if Mr. Gordon's there, but I believe that upon revocation, he could reapply for his license at any time. Probably would not be recommended to do so till after he completes his probation. But I believe that there are certain crimes that this by statute would never be granted a license once it's been revoked. I don't believe that this is one of those cases.
Any enlightenment? If you have any enlightenment you can give us.
Hi, Linda. Yes, I'm here. Yeah, I was right there. Dina, I'm not exactly sure which case you're referring to, and I apologize. I believe all of them, all of the denials or the revocations this week were all defaults. No one bothered responding to our letters or requests for a hearing. So, or they didn't ask for a hearing. So the first step would have been to answer my letter to get their license. For this particular person, any person that gets revoked, if they want to come back and apply for a license, they can. Anybody can always do that once they've been revoked.
Okay.
So does that answer?
Yeah.
Okay.
It really answers it. I just thought in the past that had been part of what we talked about within the order itself. So I was just curious whether it was intended to be final, or whether that opportunity would exist. So you've answered my question. Thank you.
And you made it, what, I didn't hear what you said, sir.
I did not respond to your letter, sir, because
Who are you?
Oh, I'm Timothy Weiss.
Okay. Come to the podium, please.
Excuse me.
You need to come to the podium. We are live streamed.
Yes, sir. I did not respond because I did take a plea deal, and by law, what you're saying about revoking my license, it can happen, and I understand that. But I just was wanting to, I retired. I'm not ever planning on becoming a teacher again or a principal again. I was a counselor, started in 1985, 86, 87 school year. I very well know the laws about reporting child abuse. As a counselor, you're going to know that. As a principal, I worked for 21 years as a principal. It was a case of, I don't know how many of you have ever had any kind of, probably none of you have ever had any charges against you. It was killing my wife. And so I chose to take that plea. Okay, and Dina, I know her and I went to graduate school together, and she knows the type of person I am. And so I decided to come here today just to let you all know that if I'd have known, I'd have reported. There were 2 girls involved. I did not want them to go to trial because they did nothing to me. If I went to trial, they had to testify. They were in a very fragile state of mind. And as I said, my wife was beside herself, not knowing what was going to happen. And so I chose, and yes, by pleading no contest, it is recognized as being guilty. I understood that when I did it. I understood that you would come and get my license. But 21 years of being a principal, and never would I accept a child being hurt or, and I was a counselor. I know reporting laws. I know what I have to do. And I did it every time that I had to. And if I would have known that this teacher was, accused of having sexual relations with these students, I would have done something. And I wanted to try to maintain my emotions today because you know, there's a lot of press out there about some guy coming up and crying in front of everybody, and you know, but I will stop.
And the position that we're in is that the appropriate place to make the case is at the Professional Practice Commission.
Yes.
And by not doing that, you've put us in a position to where
Yes, sir.
we're not going to have a formal, we are not in the position to have a formal hearing. We have to take their recommendations, and that would have been the appropriate place. And I'm
Yes,
sorry that is, but
yes,
that
sir.
that
knew
is
that,
the way
sir,
it is.
I knew that, sir. I knew that. I made my decision. I came here to make a statement to you all because I know who I am. And there's a couple of you on this board that know who I am and know what I do and what I did and would never harm a student or allow a student to be harmed, or I wouldn't have been in education for 30 years. So anyway, sir, I appreciate you allowing me to stand up. Sir, I apologize to you if it offended you that I did not respond, but I knew that by law what it was, and I didn't, it's okay. And so for you, I apologize. I did not mean to offend you, sir. All right, thank you very much.
I don't mind offending you. Mark has a recommendation.
Mr. Chairman, this individual did not make a request for an oral argument, and but it's the prerogative of the board to recognize him. But given that there's been some individual testimony, I would recommend that you break out item number 4 and not take them all together. And at least, at the very least, not sure what the board wants to do with item 4, but at least take 1, 2, and 3 separate from item 4.
Okay, Jim, you made the motion. Is that acceptable to you?
That is acceptable.
Who seconded the motion? That's okay. In that case, we are going to proceed, and this vote is on item 1, 2, and 3.
I'd make that motion.
And I'm not going to read it again. Any further discussion? All in favor, raise your hand. All opposed, that motion carries unanimously, 9-0. Now, a motion would be in order to accept the recommendation relating to item number 4.
So move.
Ken makes that motion. Is there a second to that motion? Kathy seconds that motion. Now, any discussion? If not, all in favor, please raise your hand. All opposed? Abstain? Oppose or abstain?
Abstain.
Okay. Did you get that? Dina abstains. 8-0-1. Okay. Again, we should present yourself to the Professional Practice Commission. At this time, we have an executive session for the purpose of consulting with an attorney. And thank you, Linda.
You're welcome. See you next time.
And Kathy has the motion.
I move that the Kansas State Board of Education recess into executive session to discuss the subject of potential litigation, pending litigation, legal matters with legal counsel, which is justified pursuant to the exception for matters which would be deemed privileged in the attorney-client relationship under the Kansas Open Meetings Act, in order to protect the privilege and the board's communication with an attorney on legal matters. The session will begin at 3:30?
Yeah.
At 3:30 for 30 minutes. No action will be taken during this session, and the open meeting will resume in the boardroom at 4 o'clock. Dr. Watson, Mark Ferguson, and Scott Gordon are invited to join in this executive session.
Is there a second? Steve Roberts seconds that motion. Discussions? Favor, raise your hand. Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Discussion of consent agenda, approval, raise your hand. That will be
Ken's over there.
9-0. This is the way it's gonna work today. We have the three normal things, which are the regular standing committees, which is legislative, communication, and policy. And then I'm going to ask anybody that has a committee report to give, that is, and for those of you that did those in written form, I appreciate that. And then we'll have the attorney's request, and then I will talk for the next 3 hours.
Leave when you're talking.
Okay, we have anything with legislative?
Nothing that we need to talk about.
Okay, communications?
Dina, we haven't talked, but coming up here, I would like to ask people if there's some recommendations or issues or feedback they want to give Dina or I on the communications plan for next year.
Okay. And policy?
Nothing.
Okay, now we have a lot of people that did other things. Anybody have any other reports about organizations or groups that you recommend or support?
I have, migrant, and I will write it up and send it because I would rather everybody see the city.
Okay.
Next. This is the original video that I asked to be made instead of the one you saw last month. And it's on, the questions that we get sometimes at the TDS committee is how do the teachers, traditional teachers like working next to the with the non-traditional, like that, going back to my college days. And we're gonna play this for
Imagine exiting college with a degree in a field that you can't wait to enter, and then eventually having the opportunity to teach students in that same field. Many teachers in the state of Kansas have had that opportunity because of the Transition to Teach program.
Transition to Teaching programs gives individuals the resources and strategies to become an effective teacher.
It's given me the relationships with other teachers. It has given me the understanding that not all students are going to be the same, and given me the opportunity to learn a little bit more about them.
Unlike traditional education majors, transitioning teachers don't have the opportunity to work in a classroom or even teach a prep prior to having their own classroom. That can make for many barriers when transitioning into the role.
As a draftsman, I mostly spent most of my time either working with people out in the shop or also sitting behind a computer, jumping right into the job and working with students, learning how to teach.
I was wondering, can I do it? I know my stuff, but can I teach it? Can I be a leader to the kids? As you find a heart for the kids, it's kind of becomes more caring for the kids. If you care for them, then you can teach them.
While it's difficult to make the transition, it's also rewarding. And it's also beneficial to the school district to have individuals that worked in the industry fill those teaching vacancies.
There's a tremendous challenge of filling teacher vacancies in Southwest Kansas. Transition to Teaching programs help to fill the gap in the worsening teaching shortage across the state.
Our teachers are homegrown, and so they are connected to the community, they're invested in the community. They were students at our schools, or they have kids who are students in our schools, so they are really invested.
On-the-job experience is the best way of learning, so for these teachers, it's the knowledge they bring with them that helps them build relationships.
All of the things that I bring from the outside, from just being out in the field, helps me bring that stuff into the classroom where the students now get to learn the same things that I did while I was out working. And it kind of comes full circle where they get to leave the classroom knowing that what was taught here they can use in the real world.
So in the field of sports medicine, you have to build relationships with athletes across any sport, and in class, we're trying to do that as well. Being a coach, I'm able to help ease that relationship bond between a student trainer and an athlete, or an athletic trainer and an athlete. And working 5 years in the field prior to this helps benefit me in that way as well.
While most of the district has taken the traditional route in becoming teachers, USD 443 district administrators fully support the program and welcome teachers coming from the business world.
We are in full support of transition teachers at Dodge City Schools because we have firsthand seen the expertise that they're able to bring to our students. We are also very grateful that the state has created this program, which allows us to look at the experience from the outside business world and being able to bring that to our students.
I felt like I wanted to come back home and really share all of this passion with the kids.
I wanted to leave my fingerprint on the next generation, and I saw teaching as being that kind of career.
Ann asked, what, are the locals doing what they're supposed to do too, from the Blue Ribbon Task Force? And you can see that one school is. They're doing what was asked by the Blue Ribbon. So I'm done.
I want to say this, and this, Ann, is something you've asked me. I've been to Dodge City, several times. What isn't said on that video is the amount of mentoring that goes on for those transition people to be successful. And Dodge City commits a huge amount of resource to that in order for them to be successful. You don't really see that, but that's, if you talk to Jackie, that's definitely there. That's what, in their transition person. So they have the university, but they don't just put the person in there and have the university come in every now and then and check on them. I mean, it's a coordinated effort to help that person, as you saw, make that transition, because they know, as you said, well, I don't know how to teach these kids all of a sudden, and so they really work hard at it. And that is what's probably the difference between Dodge City's program and many others.
Well, it's a big difference, because I can tell you another district that does virtually nothing.
Well, I've got to tell you,
throw them out and let them swim.
I'm sorry, I shouldn't interrupt.
Okay.
But Hayes is doing this program. The other thing that one of the traditional teachers told me, that's why what I wanted was that what we're getting pushback on from TDS is the fact that traditional teachers that have gone through say they do not like to work besides a teacher that has gone from transition to teaching. And they are working awesome together, and that's what I asked him to do. Was one guy was saying, oh, he loves the transition person he's paired up with because he had lost touch with that industry. And so, but that guy needed him for his teaching skills, and they've paired him up, and that was what I really wanted the video about, was to knock down the rumors that traditional teachers do not like to work and transition to teaching. And if it's done right with the mentoring, it can work. And that's what you voted on.
Thank you. I would have liked to have had what you wanted, but.
I know. I will try again.
And just point of enlightenment. I have a daughter-in-law who is an English teacher that was in Liberal that went through this program and worked out well. Any other reports of committees? Kathy?
School Mental Health Committee, we had a meeting a couple of weeks ago, and we are on track. What we are doing is we are planning on, at our next meeting, finalizing any recommendations that we may have to the state board about anything as far as the suicide protocols? Are there anything specifically we need to look within the regs about? And maybe, probably not looking at additional time, but how's that time structured as far as how people provide that training? And then if there's any recommendations that we will have for child sexual abuse training, prevention training. Our next meeting is actually the School Mental Health Advisory Council. Our next meeting is after our December meeting, so those recommendations will come to us in January, just so you know the timeline.
Okay, any other committees? Board Attorney's report.
Mr. Chairman, in the past few sessions or meetings, I've highlighted a few cases that have come up. This month, I decided to look for some various Attorney General opinions that may have come out to be relevant. There was one that was decided by the Kansas Attorney General in September, on September 6th of this year. It had to do with the statute that prevents a local school board employee from serving on the local school board. And there was a request, I think it was by Kansas City, Kansas school district, related to a retiree of a school district to serve on the local school board. And the AG opinion was requested because as a retiree, the employee is receiving compensation and benefits under CAPERS, and asked the Attorney General to kind of make sure that that wasn't in violation of the law. And ultimately, the Attorney General said that that former employee, because of their status as a retiree, was not precluded from serving in dual roles for a public governing body. And not only looked at the statute, but looked at the common law, which had to do with incompatibility of offices, where you can't wear two hats. And so that's the underlying rationale for an employee not serving as both the master, if you will, as the employer, and the employee, because they can't reconcile those incompatible positions. And so the ultimate conclusion reached in September was that since the board member is not receiving compensation and the retiree is not an existing employee, but it's just receiving benefits from prior service, there's no prohibition against that. That also led me to look at the AG's website. And the Attorney General issues reports on an annual basis, but like everything else, it takes a while to compile the data. So most of the annual reports that the AG publishes on their website comes out in August of that year for the preceding calendar year. And the Attorney General, if you go to their website, you'll see that the Attorney General has a number of various units, Medicare fraud, consumer protection, criminal, but one of the main areas that the Kansas Attorney General enforces the Open Records Act and the Open Meetings Act, and so the AG has a open government unit. In the Attorney General has always prepared a annual report based on the number of complaints and the types of complaints, so you can see kind of what comes up. But it's difficult to get a good, in prior years it's been difficult to get a good assessment of the types of open records or Open Meeting Act complaints and the resolution, because an individual or a body can self-report or anybody can make a complaint, but you can choose whether or not to file with the district attorney, the local county attorney, or with the Attorney General's office, and each would conduct their own. They might refer it back and forth depending on resources or depending on the complaint, but it's not easy in that previous reporting system to know across the state. but evidently there was a change in the law that that required, beginning in 2017, for the AG to report complaints either received by the AG's office or any county or district attorneys, and combine that information into one report. So it's very comprehensive. So in August of this year, the annual report for 2017 was issued, and you might want to take a look at it, just because it does break down in by not only by category of government. So there's a separate distinction for the state agency where an Open Meetings Act or an Open Records Act complaint was made, that it describes what the allegation was, how it was resolved. It's a short little blurb on each, but it's broken down by state agency, by county, by city, by board, and local unit of government, also the school board. So there are a lot of these that Open Meetings Act and Open Records Act requests, or not requests, but complaints about an alleged violation. Truthfully, when you look at that stratification, the overwhelming majority of those categories of units of government come up in local school board meetings. Now, it doesn't mean there's always a violation. It just means that there might be an allegation that's investigated, and there'd be, it would say, based on additional investigation, there was no violation, or in some cases there might be a consent order that the local board would say, we promise to engage in training, and we'll modify our practices so that we comply more fully with the Open Records Act, or mostly the Open Meetings Act, in conducting meetings. So it provides a great deal of detail, but it does list by school district, by the name and city, when a Open Meeting Act allegation or complaint did come up in each calendar year, which led to the third item that I'll just highlight, that the Attorney General does provide pretty frequent, regular training around the state, and try to point out when some of those sessions occur in your area. There is one on October 19th from 9 to noon at the Memorial Hall here in Topeka, and that's if you need a refresher course, or if we have when new members of the board come on, I typically try to at least publish, when those training sessions are, because they're very helpful, and they're done at least quarterly at different parts around the state. But that's the only one that I saw on the calendar. It's coming up right away, but it's a 3-hour session for training on basic procedures on open meetings and Open Records Act. So that's all I have.
Thank you. I've had a number of retired school teachers as board members over the years. So I'd have been surprised if they had a different answer.
Well, when you get to the conclusion, it kind of makes sense, but I think that there must have been enough of a concern that they wanted to get a particular ruling on it to make sure that it wasn't in violation.
Future agenda items.
I added one on my report.
Okay.
On the written report, I have a future request.
Jim.
I'd like to invite Heartspring to come to one of our meetings in the future and provide us a report on the implementation and learnings that they have had related to ESI.
Thank you. Thank you. Remind everybody that the annual conference is next week. We're all invited to that. Several of us will be going to the NASB conference, where one of our esteemed members will be receiving the Distinguished Service Award. And again, congratulations, Jim. I look forward to, I got the note yesterday. I get to give that to you, so I look forward to that, and appreciate the rest of you that are going to that. I do think the Dyslexia Task Force has had its next meeting. We won't meet again until near the probably after the 1st of November. And by that time, I believe that we will have recommendations from all 4 subcommittees, and we will work out the consensus for that and be ready to make our report a little early. The transition group, we met yesterday. The transition group didn't meet yesterday, but the leadership met yesterday and split into 4 to 3 subcommittees and chose the people to do that. This is going to be a long-standing process. This is going to be like mental health. It's going to go on forever. But it's not a legislative mandate. It was designed to keep a legislative mandate from happening, so we could look at it more comprehensively. And I want to tell you, there's about 40 people that are on this, and none of them are being compensated because it's not a legislative mandate. There is no budget, and so all of these people are volunteering and coming from all over the state to participate. So there's a whole lot of interest and a whole lot of dedication to make sure that we do something that makes a difference for the long-term success of special needs students. So this is not just, we're not stopping it at 18 or 21. We're looking at what we can do to make that ongoing so that many of the people with disabilities who have the potential, and there are many of them, that have the potential to be contributing citizens have those opportunities, the training and opportunities to do that. So tomorrow begins at 10 o'clock in Tesket. Your schedule for the tours in Coffeyville, which is the next month, is in your meeting folders. I gave everybody a white envelope that their evaluations, the first copy, the first page is for the commissioner and his self-evaluation. The second one is for Peggy and Randy's evaluation of her. And then Mark's is just there. That's our job. So please have that to me by the 1st of November. Your responses by the 1st of November. For those of you that prefer to do that electronically in the morning, tomorrow we will all receive in our inboxes the digital copies of those. And I'd prefer to do it that way too. Board member travel. Kathy.
Okay, I know Peggy asked, but I didn't get around to these, so I've got a couple to add. On November 8th, I am presenting at the Governor's Conference on Child Abuse. That is in Wichita, so really all I'd need is salary. And then on November 9th, the AG's Task Force on Suicide Prevention is in Dodge City, and they'd like me to come and talk about what the school mental health group is doing. So that'd be mileage and salary, and I don't know what time it starts, so I may have to stay over the night before. And then on November 12th, I'm going to go to the IPS Road Show down in Clearwater. So mileage and salary on that. Dodge City.
That's in District 5. Yeah.
That's District 5. And I think I have the K-Toy State Banquet, but I'm not sure. Okay, that's what I thought. Thank you.
Ann.
Yeah, Peggy, the one with Shawnee Heights, the breakfast, I don't need anything for that because I live right close to the school. Yeah. But then I'm going to the redesign training. I think the next one's November, hold on, 1st, 2nd, hold on. It's November 1st. Yeah.
Peggy, I'm speaking at the Sterling Rotary on the 15th. Yeah. It's a recent one.
Was I approved for K-Toy, Peggy? I'm planning on going.
And if I'm not approved for that, I want to be on that too. So, yeah. Yeah, and Peggy, did you hear me? I want to make sure I'm on K-Toy also. Anything else? Motion to approve travel is in order. Janet, and Ken. Discussion? All in favor, please raise your hand. All opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Would everybody please look at the time? We are adjourned.
It's impressive. It's just really. I'm looking at the governor's on. Couldn't make it work.
You may.
Post-secondary effect.